like to call to order this Wilmette Park District regular meeting of the Board of Park Commissioners this Monday, June 14th at 7:33 p.m. I begin with a roll call.
Commissioner Clark.
Here.
Commissioner Duffy.
Here.
Commissioner Frazier.
Here.
Commissioner Goble.
Here.
Commissioner Kozlowski.
Here.
Commissioner Murdoch.
Here.
Commissioner Schisler.
Here.
All are present.
Great, thank you. Before we get into the agenda, a couple of very brief comments. First off, folks might notice that our agenda is a little bit different. At the top of the agenda, we have what we're referring to as a consent agenda. That's something that's commonly used in the village and in other units of government. I have proposed that we use that structure here as well. For those of us who aren't familiar with it, any commissioner can pull any item off the consent agenda for any reason. And then we can have a conversation about it and handle that one individually. I know that at least for this meeting, I suspect several things will be pulled off the consent agenda. And I think that's good for us to sort of warm up and get into the process. Also, we have, we're doing things a little bit differently this year as a part of the fact that we have seven folks who weren't here a little bit over 2 years ago. We did a bit of a deeper dive into our organization and our structure. And we noticed that there were some things in our organization document that we weren't necessarily following exactly. And so the National Planning Committee is going to look through that over the course of the next month or two. And we're just recognizing that either our practices should mirror our documents or our documents should mirror our practices. And so along those lines, we have our attorney here. If anybody has any questions, he's happy to weigh in. So Andrew, thank you for being here. I appreciate that. One of the things that you might notice with this is that we have an additional major committee this year. It's actually an oldie but a goodie. When I was on the board previously, there was what we referred to as a Centennial Committee, which is actually referenced in our organization document, but it hasn't met for a number of years. Interestingly enough, the Lakefront Committee was not mentioned in the document, but for other reasons, I think effectively the board has chosen to create it on an annual basis. That would be a good way to describe what we've been doing. And so with the additional committee and the additional workload, I have suggested a structure where the president would be a committee member, which hasn't been the case in the past. In reality, in the past, the president was a member of all committees who was free to both speak and vote, but that historically wasn't our practice. And so we spread the workload out a little bit further. And so we actually have a facilities committee, formerly known as the Centennial Committee, and I did chair that committee, and we're going to be talking about that a little later. But one of the things that we need to do as a group is we need to formalize our structure, and we need to actually vote on that. And again, that's something that we have not done historically. We will be doing that this evening, and that's one of the items on the consent agenda. So with that, I want to go ahead and get into the agenda and into the consent agenda. And before we consider the consent agenda, is there anyone who would like to pull anything off the consent agenda?
So I emailed
Yes.
the board earlier today, and I would like to remove the items, meeting schedule, meeting structure, and responsibilities, and approval of the minutes.
All three sets of minutes.
Yes,
Yes.
and I think that's important because while we move toward new policies and procedures, we need to discuss why that might be before we begin the consent process.
And I think that's great as well. There were a couple that I was planning on pulling off too, so I appreciate that. So that would leave items 2.6 and 2.7, the approval of the April 2021 voucher list, the approval of the May 2021 voucher list on the consent agenda. Does anybody want to pull either of those on? With that, could I have a motion?
I'll move to
2.0 on your list. On the action list. Move to approve.
I'm sorry. We're just looking at move to approve consent agenda 2/14, 2021, regular board meeting. A copy of which was attached.
I
Is there a
One
second?
question though,
Yes.
actually, since the consent agenda has been modified by that, in fact, that we removed several items from it, should he be moving the consent agenda as modified, and rather than deciding the consent?
The attorney is not.
Yes.
Okay.
I move to approve the consent agenda as modified.
All right, and a second? Great. Roll call vote.
Commissioner Schisler,
Yes.
Commissioner Clark,
Yes.
Commissioner Frazier,
Yes.
Commissioner Kozlowski,
Yes.
Commissioner Duffy. Yes. Commissioner Goble. Commissioner Rea.
Yes.
Consent agenda as modified.
Next up then will be the meeting schedule for the 2021-2022 board year. And what that meeting schedule shows is that we would be meeting on the second Monday of each month, the exception being when we have a holiday on that day, which is what is defined in our organization document. I would suggest we defer that for the month. I know that at least one of our commissioners has a recurring conflict, and so we wouldn't, I don't believe we have the authority to change that as of now, but if the Financial Planning and Policy Committee recommends changes that are adopted by the board, it's something we could consider in the future. So I would prefer to defer that, but I'll open up the floor for discussion. If anybody has anything.
So I understand there's a family conflict, and I would not want to hold up resolving that family scheduling conflict while we resolve and set the bylaws. Perhaps we separate those. What we need to make a decision as a board and move to update the timing of our board meeting to be in compliance. I understand the first would be in compliance with our schedule, with our bylaws, but we can certainly make a limited adjustment to the bylaws to accommodate the meeting date and study in more detail the remaining bylaws. Talk about
Well, I would say that the bylaws just say that any changes to the bylaws themselves need to go through the finance planning and policy. So my own view is that we cannot make a decision regarding meeting date because it is explicitly stated in the bylaws that it is to be second Monday of each month unless there is a federal holiday on the date. So I would, I object to making a 2-4 decision on that. And I
so defer to the commission.
prefer to do something.
So you can't even make one date change right now.
Well, and Andrew, maybe you can step up and speak to this. And we're using the term bylaws. That's a corporate term. Technically, this is our organization document. And they're effectively the same thing.
Yeah, so the Open Meetings Act requires you to adopt an annual meeting schedule, which is in your case, it's the second Monday of the month at 7:30 p.m. You've also chosen to incorporate that into your board operations manual. You have both things working for you. If you want to change the regular meeting date to some other date, you would need to take that action at the board. You need to publish notice and comply with the Open Meetings Act, but you would also need to modify your board operations manual. For a variety of reasons, if the majority of the board felt comfortable moving the date, I wouldn't get trapped up with what is actually in the document if the intent is to modify it. It doesn't make a lot of sense to inconvenience everyone's schedule to push through a change that you're all going to vote on. It's something you're going to work on. With that said, if you're talking about 1 or 2 changes, you can always just reschedule the meeting. If you move the next 2 meetings, but the rest of your calendar stays the same for now, you can just simply notice that as a special meeting on a different day.
Other comments or thoughts? So should we set a date to move the next meeting to so that our one board members not be confused? I was just, the way I understood that is we could make that change right now. And vote on it with the date. I think.
And I can just make one more
Yes.
comment. If you're talking about just changing the next board meeting, you don't need to decide tonight. If you need to collectively put your heads together to figure out what day is the best for the entire board, you can just simply cancel the next meeting that comes, the July meeting, and reschedule it for whatever day of the month works for you. That way you just notice it up like you would a special meeting.
So to avoid any of the meetings act with issues, we all should just email to the director.
I think the logistics don't come into play until the meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can always make the dates scheduled
Right.
in the open meeting.
That'd be the easiest way to handle it.
Yeah, so rather than handling it here,
Correct.
let's all communicate over the course of the next week or 2. And then come up with a plan for it. Great. All right. The next item that was pulled off the consent agenda was the committee structure and responsibilities. And Julia, I think you pulled that off.
I think, as we go into a new season, it's always important to bring along the public and maybe in terms of why we're making changes, or what, think about a job to be done or a problem to be solved. I think it'd be worthwhile explaining to the public why these changes are necessary.
That'd be great. I think at least for me, the primary reason for the change with respect to the centennial, but I think we will refer to the Board of Operations Committee, was my experience as the chair of the Parks and Rec Committee for the last 2 years. And I found that committee to be cumbersome. I found it to have a tremendous amount of responsibilities. I found that we weren't necessarily doing getting through everything in an efficient manner. We also had a challenge that, for whatever reason, at least initially, those meetings were all scheduled on board nights, so we had some constraints as well. And so there has been some talk, certainly I discussed with Steve, and I think I discussed with you and with some of the other board members here, the motion would be to split that committee somehow. We did consider a couple of different ways to split the committee. And given that our documentation indicated that there had been, that this committee existed and according to our attorney was supposed to meet, although not necessarily capital offense, it didn't meet. But it seemed to me to make sense if we were going to split the committee anyway, to split along the lines of what had been done in the past and what had worked well in the past, and what was, again, in conformance with our documentation. So I proposed a structure which does, in fact, separate out the Parks and Rec Committee, which I think most people would believe was cumbersome and was too large. We did discuss other ways.
Yeah, I thought it'd be worth the board discussing.
I would also add, I think again that, first of all, the centennial, you are now calling the Centennial Operations Committee, Facilities Committee, but we do not know, but the responsibilities of the committee may have changed. I mean, you are including several other, not just centennial operations in that committee. We're including other including activities at West Park. So I kind of just feel that, once again, this should come up to enable like public comment about the committee, what should be the responsibilities of the committee, and maybe the name change, which can be confusing to some people as to what this it actually covers. So I really, I can totally comprehend why we would like to break the Parks and Rec up and create another committee, but I think there's a lot of questioning about what that facility committee should be encompassing, and just even including the name change, is not called for in the, there is not a facilities committee laid within our operating manual. So that I think I feel once again, I think this should be discussed in a meeting where we allow for public input and public comments on that shift in how teams.
I think that's a great point. A couple of comments about that first. We did hold that committee meeting prior to this board meeting, and it was somewhat awkward, but I'm sorry?
I actually had some concerns about that it was a meeting that was a committee meeting that was not previously held today, and with that shift of responsibilities without any type of public input or any vote on the board, that they would create a committee that without any type of approval or board recommendation.
Right. So, and I appreciate that. A couple of comments about that. First, so we did reference both facilities and Centennial. The Centennial is actually referenced in the document. And Andrew, perhaps you could come back up and speak to this briefly, and then I'll add a couple of comments as well. Yes. The fact of the matter is our organizing document does recognize that committee, just for whatever reason.
So you have a centennial committee that's laid out in your operations manual. You have several other standing committees that are in referenced by name. You also have the ability to create on an ad hoc basis other committees. That's what happened several years back with the Lakefront Committee. So yes, you have the idea of the document is you've identified 4 or 5 different committees that exist on a going forward basis. Again, to Commissioner Murdoch's point earlier, just because it's in the document, if the board doesn't feel there's a need for the coming year to have that committee meet, you certainly don't have to meet just for the sake of meeting because it's in the document. But you guys decided as a board, or the board decided several years ago, that these were the 4 or 5 committees that make the most sense to have operate year to year. And again, the document allows you the flexibility to add new committees at the recommendation of the board president and then the advice and consent of the full board. So it would be possible to create a facilities committee if that's what the majority of the board felt was appropriate.
So then just to, go ahead.
Obviously, that committee was created without the advice and consent before. So I think that, that is an issue right at this point.
So,
Yeah. So because of the way, in some respects, having your annual meeting is a bit of a formality. Many times the committees roll over year to year to year. The business continues. There is the formal process of creating a committee, staffing the committee, and tasking it with whatever it is the committee is going to handle during the year. But so you don't lose a month or 2 months of committee meetings in Stall District business. Assuming there's agreement on the board, those committees can meet as you're transitioning from one board to the next. I would agree with the statement though, if you're creating something new that has not existed, or you're materially changing a committee from something that did exist to something new, it certainly would be advisable to do that with board consent, so you don't run into problems where there's disagreement and then nobody's quite sure what the path forward is.
and to clarify that, the president proposes the structure that then is ratified by the board.
Correct.
So that's what I've done at this point. Now, Cecilia, to your point, I think hindsight 2020 probably would have been better for us to have that committee meet on a different week later in the month. I was trying to accommodate staff that Director Wilson had asked, because certain staff members have to now also attend additional meetings if we have an additional committee, tried to piggyback some of those committees together, Lakefront and Parks and Rec being one pair, and Centennial / Facilities and the board being the other. To be fair, I would agree with you, in hindsight, we probably should have held that meeting a month later. But I did reach out to a number of board members to make sure that the structure would in fact be compliant.
Well, I will say, you proposed and held the meeting without any from the board, and you may have reached out to different board members, but had not been discussed, and have been in an open meeting to allow for public input on what the committee would encompass and what would be its responsibilities, and I think that is not in accordance with our operations. And so I'm making a statement. It has been done. We may end up discussing what the responsibilities should be of that committee. But yes, I think you're right. Would have been better if you had related that suggestion of creating that committee to the board.
Fair enough. Are there any other comments? Could I have a motion?
I have another observation. I noticed that we're creating a four-member committee. I wanted to share commentary on it. I've not met several.
Yes, interestingly enough, most of our committees do specify a certain number of members. The real estate committee specifically does not. So the real estate committee could have one member, it could have 4 members, it could be 4. So if you take a look at how the staffing was allocated, I've been suggesting 4 members on that. I'm assigning 4 members to that committee to even out the assignments.
And just to bring to the final point, historically, the president has not sat. And now it's. And again, I come back to what is the problem to solve, or what are we seeking to solve?
Okay, and from my perspective, I think I answered that earlier, that the Parks and Recreation Committee was cumbersome. So when we split it and we created another major committee, it was an effort to extend the workload across the committees.
I would also add another issue I think is that as board president, we are also sitting as the chairman of the facilities committee, and I believe the bylaws are somewhat silent about that. The bylaws does say the president is an ex officio member of each committee, but it does not provide that the president may be the chair of the committee.
And I'll ask Andrew to step up again. There's no prohibition.
I think too, the bylaws are vague. And
Yeah.
so we are in a position where there is some perhaps liberties being taken with the vagueness of our.
Yeah, that, one of the reasons why, we reviewed the board operations manual, but one of the things that became clear is there's stuff that just is, to your point, vague or unanswered. There's some stuff that conflicts and there's frankly some stuff that just doesn't make a whole lot of sense, with the way that park districts operate, the way this board operates. My personal opinion, the way it's currently set up, the president is an ex officio member, of all committees. Under Robert's rules, that means he can attend, he's not obligated to attend, he doesn't count towards a quorum, but he can speak and he can vote. But when you then take 3-person committees and you turn them, if the president wants to show up into a 4-person committee, if the president wants to vote, you have potentially deadlock votes. That to me doesn't make a ton of sense for a record. I mean, the point of your committee is to get business done and make recommendations to the board. If the president can come in, come out, can sometimes vote, can sometimes not vote, it's not a very efficient way to do business. But unfortunately, there's a lot of areas that bylaws just don't address, and you could push it either way depending on what your approach is. Obviously, Commissioner Murdoch put together his structure based on what he thinks makes the most sense, but it does require the board to weigh in as well. But that's one of the reasons why we've all talked about addressing these bylaws and figuring out how does the board want to operate. And once you guys figure that out, we can make the bylaws match the operations that make the most sense for this particular board.
And to clarify, in setting this, or proposing this structure, that's the role of the president, and then the board will vote. And if for some reason the board does not approve that structure, now we're in a bit of a quandary because there's no guidance on how that would then be resolved.
Yes,
Is that
you
correct?
would be at a standstill until the president would propose something that would have the majority support. And hopefully, if the same proposal kept coming forward and continued to be rejected, hopefully something would break one way or another. But yes, we would be at a standstill until the board could decide collectively to approve a proposal that the president proposed.
And so this is one of the many reasons why I'm hoping the financial planning policy will take this up very quickly. And again, to clarify, what we're trying to do is better follow our documentation. There were many instances in the recent past where the past leadership didn't follow it for whatever reason. So we're trying to make sure that our documentation lines up with our practices and our practices line up with our documentation. And I think that should be one of our highest priorities, and one of the highest priorities of the financial planning policy committee.
I think it's worth though, it sounds like there have been mistakes made by past leadership. I don't think that's what you're implying.
What I
By not
said,
following practices, I think it's just important that we don't cast light or aspersions on.
I wasn't casting light or dispersions. I was making an observation that there are practices that are outlined in our documentation that for whatever reason weren't followed in the past. And I think it's a good effort. It's a good endeavor for us to make sure that our practices line up with our documentation line up. And that's what I'm hoping we'll do this month.
And to that end, I know that in an effort to quickly resolve the committee, it would be a good time to gather input from everybody. And I think the proposal had an opportunity to receive more input. And I'd like to make sure we do our sense in meetings on Sunshine or I haven't yet seen full board communication.
Okay. Thank you for the comment. From my perspective, I do believe that we're in a conversation with other boards about the structures. I think there were conversations. We were somewhat constrained in that this was going on between meetings, and we were obligated at this meeting, again, according to our documentation, to have a structure. Is that correct?
Yeah, the way your bylaws are currently set up, it obligates you to commit to a committee structure either at their annual meeting, which is your first meeting in May, or the next regular meeting, which would be this meeting. Because the constraints of the Open Meeting Act, because of how the board rolls over and swears in new commissioners, is a cumbersome process. So that would be something that would make sense for the board to look at when we're making recommendations to change the manual, to create something that sort of better reflects how the board operates in reality, to make it a little bit more efficient. Because the way you have to operate with the Open Meetings Act, the way the timing works with the election season, and the way your operation manual is currently written, it makes for a cumbersome process.
Thank you. With that, could I have a motion to approve the committee structure?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Commissioner Schisler,
Yes.
Commissioner Clark,
No.
Commissioner Frazier,
No.
Commissioner Kozlowski,
Yes.
Commissioner Duffy,
Yes.
Commissioner Vogel,
No.
Commissioner Murdoch,
Yes.
the motion carries.
It's not always fun to see how the sausage is made, and these are things that we generally didn't do in the past. But again, I'm certainly committed to making sure that our documentation mirrors our practices and our practices mirror our documentation. And hopefully, for those of you who are interested, we're going to have a very exciting financial planning and policy meeting here in 2 weeks, and you're all welcome to that. I'd like to move on to the next item that was taken off of the consent agenda, the approval of the minutes of the committee of the full meeting held on May 3rd, 2021. And I believe Commissioner Vogel, you were going to pull that off.
Yes, I thought it was worth discussing each meeting, and asking for any comments. As we have this.
Do you have any comments?
No, it was simply a practice matter. I think it's important that we review the meeting minutes to approve or not, and then discuss. And this particular one was with respect to the lakefront community, committee of the whole, discussing the agenda item, the plans. I understand that the plans as presented created a lot of questions. Thank you. Thank you. The ventilation is very loud back there, but I will speak up. Thank you. Yeah, so with respect to this meeting, and just in a process, rather than moving the minutes through a consent agenda before we discussed why we would do a consent agenda, I wanted to pull those minutes off and discuss them individually. This particular meeting minute set was about the Lakota Tanuchi plan, and it was with respect to some of the concepts that were presented. I think one of the things that generated a lot of discussion was the objectives and why we would, what we were seeking to accomplish with the concepts. I know that the Lakota group is here tonight to discuss further, so because we have upcoming conversation, I think it's really important that we just make time to say, are these meetings accurate? Are these meeting minutes accurate?
Okay. And do you have any, first of all, could I have a motion to approve, and then I'll ask for a second, and then we'll have a discussion. So could I have a motion to approve item 2.3?
I'll make that motion.
Is there any discussion, clarification, comment, correction, other than the corrections that I shared and I believe have been made? Correct. So I think we misspelled the We Met Foundation, and I think there was a slight clarification about the way that the proposals were described. Any other comments, clarifications, changes?
The only other one was that request was made to incorporate the feedback of the residents from the prior focus groups. I didn't see that in these minutes, so I just want to make sure that it's documented somewhere.
Do we want to amend the minutes as presented or document that fact of the minutes of this meeting? What is your preference?
As long as we get that as a public record, stating that 4 focus groups, I believe there are 5 of them, 5 focus groups were held, community resident and resident that was provided. That hasn't yet entered public use. I think it's important to understand their input and any additional input that the process will be open as a result.
So again, to clarify, would you like to modify these minutes? Would you like that noted in the minutes for this meeting?
That's noted in the minutes.
Okay. So with no other changes, could I have a roll call?
Commissioner Schisler,
Yes.
Commissioner Clark,
Yes.
Commissioner Frazier,
Yes.
Commissioner Kozlowski,
Yes.
Commissioner Duffy,
Yes.
Commissioner Vogel,
Yes.
Commissioner Murdoch.
Yes.
Minutes are approved.
Approval of the minutes of the regular board meeting held on May 10th, 2021. Again, could I have a motion to approve? Great. Any questions, comments, corrections? Could I have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Schisler,
Yes.
Commissioner Clark,
Yes.
Commissioner Frazier,
Yes.
Commissioner Kozlowski,
Yes.
Commissioner Duffy, Commissioner Vogel,
Yes.
Commissioner Murdoch.
Yes.
Minutes are approved.
And finally, could I have a motion to approve the minutes of the annual board meeting held on May 10th, 2021?
Second.
Questions, comments, corrections? I did have one correction, which I shared with everyone, that may seem somewhat ironic at this point, but I believe that the minutes that stated that this will be a divided board, and that is not what I said. I said that at that point, it was a divided board, and I wanted the meeting minutes to reflect that. So with that change, are there any other questions, comments, or corrections?
I would just note, I think the meeting minutes can be simplified. And so to, adjust and be the facts as stated. So Commissioner Murdoch took over the role as president. President Murdoch nominated Commissioner Vogel for the office of vice president.
So you would like to change the minutes?
I think we have some information that we can strike. I don't know that it helps the record if we enter in that there is a divided board. I'm not sure what the, okay.
Okay, the minutes reflected what was said in the meeting. And I didn't say that this will be divided board. I recognize that there was a contested vote for the office of president, which is actual state. And so I'm comfortable with the minutes as stated, but if the rest of the board wants to modify it by majority vote, that's a decision.
I think my concern is that we consistently note that the commissioners are inexperienced, and I frankly feel this is a very distinguished board of people with great professional experience. So that's the piece to me that's concerning.
And
We don't
again,
need to,
and again, you and I had that conversation several different times, and so I will be happy to state for the record that my reference to experience strictly reference the amount of time that all of us collectively have spent on this park board, not anything that had to do with our professional experience, our personal experience, or anything beyond. So I'm not really sure what the what you were trying to clarify, but if you took my comment to reference anyone's professional or personal history or experience, I'd like to apologize because that was not my intent. I was simply referring to the amount of experience that of those of us have serving on this board. So again, the minutes are presented. Are you proposing a modification? Okay. And so Steve, help me out. We then have to vote on the modification. Or Andrew, here you go. Remind the Roberts rules for me.
Yes, you could, that's part of the approval process. If any of the commissioners would like to propose changes to the language as currently presented in draft form, they propose it, and that the board can vote up or down on the minutes as modified. And if it passes, it passes, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. And if it's as modified does not pass, then you would have a second vote on the minutes as presently presented. And if that passes, it passes, and if it doesn't, well, you could keep talking until you agree on the language.
Or we could defer them to the next meeting. I think we're allowed 2 meetings to around the minutes. Is that correct? Yeah. So, Executive Director Wilson, do you feel comfortable you can describe the minutes, or would you like to give us, you would like to defer this to the next meeting?
My comfort level is deferring it, but if the board wants to try and write up here now, we can do that.
So why don't we do this? Why don't we, if there's a second on the amendment, we can vote on that. If the amendment fails, we can then approve the minutes as written. If the amendment is passed, then we can put on.
in the interest of time, we'll defer.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend voting it down. If you're going to defer, we can just table it and defer it until next week. And you don't have to take it.
Sounds good. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, and we are now at 8:07 p.m.
Do we need a motion to defer that?
Oh,
Do we need a motion to defer that?
If you would like, because the record's a little, sorry. The record's a little muddy right now, so let's just, that would be nice.
I would move to defer the approval of the minutes of the annual meeting held May 10th, 2021 to our next.
And second.
I'll second that.
Okay, roll call.
Commissioner Schisler? Commissioner Clark?
Yes.
Commissioner Frazier?
Yes.
Commissioner Kozlowskis?
Yes.
Commissioner Duffy?
Yes.
Commissioner Vogel?
Yes.
Commissioner Murdoch?
In keeping with the theme tonight, I'll vote no. So, no.
Motion passes.
All right. I think that's it for the consent agenda. As I was pointing out, we are now at 8:08 p.m. and my hope is that this is a structure that we will be able to use more in the future to move our meetings along and keep them efficient. Moving on to 3.0 communication and correspondence, we had, I'm sorry? Yes. We have communication and correspondence. We did have several different letters in the packet. Did anyone receive any other communication or correspondence they'd like to share with the board?
I haven't, but there were several communication emails received today. I think everyone on the board received them. Oh, the. Oh, okay, oh, yeah, okay.
And does anyone want to comment on that?
I would like to note, I received an email later in the day, which I don't know if it's made it to the full board, requesting the pool look into the hours for the main pool in the interest of older children that we're having reduced hours as opposed to the waiting pool. So I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. Moving on to public comment, recognition of visitors. A couple of comments before we get into this. What we had done at the Parks and Recreation Committee toward the second half of this past year, and I believe the Golf Committee also implemented this at some point. I'm going to invite people up, and I want to make a couple of comments about public comment before we get started.
Can I just step in for a minute, because I'm not sure if there was a email from Captain Hargrave. I'm not sure if that was included in this.
It came in
I mean, yeah,
pretty late this
it
afternoon.
came in late this
So
afternoon, so I
we'll
just
have it
think
in the
there
packet
was.
for next month.
Okay, although it is related to tonight's or the fifth tab, so I don't know if that, I feel like that perhaps it should be mentioned, yeah.
Thank you. Great. Thank you. So with respect to public comment, as I mentioned, what we've done at the committee level, when there are presentations that either staff or the consultants are going to make, sometimes people are offering comments, not necessarily aware of the most up-to-date information. I think going back to Commissioner Vogel's comment about the minutes for the committee of the whole, we're going to have a presentation from the Lakota group concerning the Gilson Master Plan, and I expect that some people are here to comment on some of the ideas that were presented a little bit over a month ago, and I'm not sure that those ideas represent, I don't think there's necessarily consensus on this board or with the staff with respect to those ideas. It's simply more of a brainstorming session. And so I think it would probably be helpful if anyone who wishes to comment on anything to do with the Gilson Master Plan, that those comments would occur after the consultants have come up and spoken. So taking a look at the agenda, the Thornwood Park Stormwater Presentation 5.0, 6.0, the audited financial statement, 7.0, the Gilson Comprehensive Plan, and then 8.32, the fitness path, and 8.34, the Maple Park Playground Design. I believe we're going to hear presentations on all of those topics tonight. Is that correct?
Definitely on the first three.
Are we going to hear with respect to the fitness path or the playground?
You have, as part of the committee report, so you're going to hear from the chair.
Okay. Yes. All right, so I will open public comment for each of those items after this information has been presented. So if anyone wishes to speak on any of those topics, I would ask that you hold your comments until after the various consultants or commissioners or staff have spoken on it. If anyone wishes to speak on any other topic on the agenda, I'd like to invite you up. Just to review, we generally ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes. And we have a policy on page 3 of this packet, which outlines some of the other detail as well. So with that, I'm going to work from this side to the left side, my left side to the right, and we'll go front to back and then back to front. So Walter, would you step up? And again, as always, please state your name and your address. Yeah, Walter Keith. I don't think we have to do the answer.
Don't have to. Yeah,
We don't have to. Like, okay, I won't ask you to speak your address unless you want to.
No, I think it's a safe time. I appreciate the idea that we want to have the policies and procedures match both ways and stuff. That's great if we can get it that way. Regarding these committees, one of the things I think that would be helpful is when you figure out what all the committees are doing, on the website, put it there. You know, it's great, it says each of these committees, but nobody knows what the heck those committees are, and I'm sure that makes it difficult for you guys as well. So that's my main thing. The other is with the Open Meetings Act, my understanding of the reason that the president was ex officio was that then you have 3 people. So just what Mr. Andrew was saying, you got 2 people as a majority and you can vote. But if you got 4 people, it gets pretty complicated. I thought the open meetings act would imply the committee form free. You could have a four.
And I don't know that would make a lot of sense.
Right, yeah. So I think we should look into that and be sure whether,
But
because
just to be clear, that open meetings act does not specify the number of committee members.
it would seem logical to have something where you could have a majority easily. Seeming the benefit of the president being ex officio and not sort of voting was that then the president can talk to any of those people. If you're technically a member, it seems to me, then you're talking to somebody else. Now you have 2 out of 3 people, and that should be an open meetings act thing. So I mean, it really just seems to me gets pretty hairy to do it this way. So just bringing those up.
Thanks for your feedback. Is there anyone else on the left side who would like to address us? All right, in the back on the right side, on the aisle, last row.
Hi, my name is Catherine Klein. I'm 8 years old, and I came here to speak on extending the pool hours. Today, when I arrived at the pool, I was really hoping to go in the main pool instead. I was really excited when I saw other kids there. Then when I went up, they told me that was the camp and the activity pool and the slides open at 2:15. I was really disappointed and I wanted to go home, but we stayed. And even though I had fun, I still really wish I could go in the main and diving pool. I hope you can consider extending the main pool and diving pool hours more.
Very well said.
I have
Thank
a
you.
question for Catherine Carr. What hours would you like?
I would like it to be from 1 o'clock to 4:15.
Or just to be reflective of when the pool hours are open, because it is disappointing when you bring older kids to the pool. The activity pool generally seems to be for younger kids. And when you have older children, like even Catherine's kind of considered an older child at 8, up to like 12 and 14-year-olds, all playing in that one activity pool together. I also see it as a safety hazard. You have kids who are in swimmies with their parents. And then you have 12-year-old boys who are throwing balls and not having an opportunity for them to have another place to go. It just seemed to be almost a safety hazard today in the pool. So I also might not be from a child's perspective, but from an adult perspective, that's what it seemed like today. So having at least one of those other pools open for the pool hours would be beneficial, I believe, for the community.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, second to last row, the person on the aisle, and then in the middle.
Hi, Piper Rothschild, 1046. I'm going to be speaking on the Lakeview Center. I'm not sure if this is the appropriate time, but it didn't seem like it was in one of your categories. So the proposed plan to spend close to $1 million to increase the size and capacity of the Lakeview Center in Milton Park, in my view, is ill-advised and wrong-headed. The plan would allow greater rental uses of Lakeview, including weddings and other events, not specifically geared toward nor benefiting Wilmette residents. In past years, Lakeview rentals were not permitted during the summer months due to the potential for parking conflicts with beachgoers and other park users, including those attending events at the Wallace Bowl, Michigan Shores, and Sheridan Shores. During the summer, Lakeview Center is used for Great Gilton Summer Camp and offers the only refuge to campers on rainy and stormy days. If rented out, it will no longer be available to campers, the majority of whom are Wilmette youth. The proposed plans will increase Lakeview Center's indoor seating capacity and will add decking across the east side, allowing even more people to attend events. More events mean more people, more cars, more noise, and more stress on a park that is already often overcrowded and congested. Increased traffic and demands for parking, as well as the attendant noise and disruptive behavior that often comes with social events, will further burden nearby residents who cannot park near their homes and suffer disrespect and damage to their property. Why the expansion and to what end? Hilton is a jewel of a park, green space, and a place of natural beauty funded by the residents of Wilmette. It is not an amusement park. It was never intended to serve as an event space for Chicagoland and beyond. Wilmette residents have told the park district time and time again that they like Gilpin as it is. 4 decades of surveys, studies, community committees, and a failed referendum, and even the most recent focus groups, all prioritize maintaining open space and allowing residents to enjoy the beach, lake, and park while minimizing traffic and concrete. So why is the park board paying consultants thousands of dollars to go against the will of the residents? Why do they want to bring more people, more traffic, more pavement, and more noise to the lakefront? It's clear to anyone who's been on Gilpin on a hot weekend summer day, increasing the number of users and cars is a bad idea. Let's keep Gilpin Park open, uncongested, and green. That is what the residents and the taxpayers of Wilmette want. Gilpin Park is not and should not be Ravinia South. It is a beautiful park that Wilmette residents fund and treasure. It is not a money machine. It is a park, simple as that. Leave it alone. No more bells and whistles. Thank you.
Before you step back, Piper, just because you mentioned expansion a number of different times, you're not talking about expansion of the physical structure itself, the building. So
Yes, I am talking about
So
that
you're right,
across
you-
the east side, in the back, we're adding additional decking, which will allow for more capacity outside.
Right, to clarify, there's no, the current proposal does not suggest a bigger structure. It does talk about some additional decking. And again, these are just preliminary conversations at this point. And Julia, perhaps you could weigh in as the chair of the committee where you are in that process. I believe there was a staff presentation, and there hasn't been any action on that at this point.
It is correct, there has been a staff presentation and no action.
And I'd like to slow that process down.
Please.
We're not aiming for all of it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate it. Actually, Mary, I think there's someone in an aisle behind you first. If you don't mind.
Okay, I'll go. And then you can go. Okay. Greetings. This is Tom Scanlon. Put this up a little. It's resident in Wilmette since, with my family since 1982. Was really involved with the with you guys, the Wilmette Park District in 2013 and 2014, and that's why I'm here to tell you historically what happened, because it's similar. That was when they were considering and they wanted to build the beach houses and other equipment and infrastructure for both Gilson and Langen Beach in 2013, 2014. So I was very involved with that because our neighbors, all of us living near Langen Beach, objected to the, were against the park district of a beach house because the lake level beach house is at that time was at an all-time high. In other words, from the bluff to the lake, it was almost 150 feet. So our neighbors told the Wilmette to the park district that historically the lake level of the beaches reduces and back and forth, goes back and forth. And I showed you guys, well, it wasn't you, but it was them. I showed our family's 1993 Christmas card that Dave Ford photographed at Gilson Beach in October 1993, where the picture showed the lake was up to the bluff in 1993. Now remember, in 2014, it was an all-time high, way up 150 feet out. And in 1993, it was right, like from the beach was here and we were here, up on the bluff. And it showed it, I showed it to the members of the Wilmette, so this is what would happen, Wilmette Park District. 2 members of your Wilmette Park District board said, I changed the card, that it wasn't honest, that it was phony, that I lied. And I'm like, this is before the internet even existed, remember, the picture, 1993. So they said that these 2 members of your park district said that they talked to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and they said that the EPA engineer, regional engineer office said that the lake level would never go up again. So I want you to hear this. So our lawyers in Wilmette called the U.S. Army and the EPA regional, and they found out that the 2 members of of the Wilmette Park District were lying, that they never, ever, ever talked to them. And they also said that they stopped making predictions on Lake Michigan 15 years ago, 15 years before 2014. So the two guys on the board actually found out that they made the mistake. They weren't telling the truth, and one resigned and one did not run again.
Tom,
So-
you try to wrap up your comments.
Yeah, I'm right. January 2014, right here, we had 250 residents in here. It was packed. And it was here to tell the Wilmette Park District that the beach house should not be built at Langen Beach. We said that the building revised at Gilson was fine. So remove the $2 million from the Langen Beach and just do Gilson, and they all voted yes, or not voted no. They all voted yes to do both Gilson and Langen Beach. And so we got the entire town of Wilmette to vote against the $14.5 million tax. And we got 80% of the people in the village to vote no.
Thank you.
So they did not communicate. So that's what I'm saying. Listen to members of the residents here and trust them, because you guys, a lot of people didn't even believe that the lake level was going to go up. And by the way, two years ago, I got about 75 emails from residents of Wilmette saying, thanks, Tom, for what you did, because a $2 million beach house would be down in the lake right now.
Thank you. Mary, before you step up, just to clarify, we're going to limit the conversation about the Gilson master plan to after the consultants have spoken. So that's great. I just wanted to clarify.
We don't have enough information. Can I put this down?
Thank you.
I'll put this. Good evening. My name is Mary Shea. I'm a 44-year resident of Michigan Avenue. Last week, I sent you documented results of citizen recommendations regarding plans for Gilson Park from 1981, 1999, and 2012. Tonight, you're being presented with another more recent expression of the will of the residents concerning Gilson. After the lakefront referendum was defeated in 2015, the Park District conducted a scientific survey of community residents at great expense with the Acuity research firm. The goal was to find a way forward based on residents' priorities. This was a useful tool in planning the beach house project. In summation, the survey respondents viewed Gilson as an important element of the community's image and overall quality of life. By far, the most important goal stated by residents was the preservation of open natural space. The top tier needs stated in the survey were replacement or upgrade of storm sewers as necessary and repair of roads or curbs. The second tier improvements listed in order were landscaping, pathways, walkways, shade pavilion, playground, wildflower garden. But the bottom tier was what's interesting. The bottom tier had improved views, picnic shelter, renovate Lakeview Center interior, sailing center, improved dog beach, and butterfly garden. Significantly, a majority, 53% of the residents felt that none of the bottom tier improvements were important. That was the Lakeview Center included. Residents use Gilson for a wide range of activities, mostly passive recreation and the lakefront. Even residents who use the sailing beach, picnic shelters, and Lakeview rated the proposed improvements to these specific facilities as relatively low. In a separate question for the final comment, 17% acknowledged some improvements are needed at Gilson, but a less expensive and more modest plan should be pursued. Expansion of the Lakeview Center was defeated in the referendum, but amazingly, it has popped up again along with the idea of additional parking in the park. Why? Where is the demand for this almost $1 million expenditure, which at last count will take at least 13 years to recoup? Increasing Lakeview capacity by 46 persons at $21,000 per seat is not a wise use of taxpayer dollars. Barely half of the rentals are from Wilmette residents. This is not a revenue stream that will make a difference, even in a monetized park. Do we really want to use tax dollars to develop our precious real estate for non-Wilmette residents? As the planning process begins, it is important that all commissioners receive the stakeholder comments as you have requested from Lakota. You need to see all engineering, traffic studies, and estimates done in 2014. I recall hearing at that time that some roads need no rebuilding, just resurfacing. You must demand to see all the information available to make an informed decision about any proposed plans. Thank you. And I'm
Thank you, Mary, and
I'm
thank you
gonna
for
pass
the
this out.
information that you've provided us over the course of the last couple of weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. Here's the latest one. Sponsored by the Park District.
My name is Beth Beecher, longtime Wilmette resident, multi-generation family living in Wilmette. I would like to follow up on a couple comments here. I served on the Lakefront Commission in 2011. I participated in all sorts of consultant meetings with Park District, with their consultants, asking questions that were fed to us to say to the residents, this is, how do you feel about this? It's got to tell you after a while, the feeling was, you're not really asking the residents what they want. Rather, at that time, it was a dog and pony show. And basically, it was a fed plan, and it was marketed and pushed. And ultimately, several years later, we ended up with referendums, which defeated all of the ideas. So the ideas that were presented by the consultants, by the Park District, and by not listening to the vast majority of the residents in Wilmette. Our taxpayer dollars fund the Park District. I think the problem that a lot of residents have towards the Park District's management style in Gilson is the feeling that it's the Park District's property, not the residents' property. We're not, I would tell you that I think the vast majority of people in Wilmette do not oppose non-resident use of our parks. If I didn't live in Wilmette, I'd be the first one wanting to come over here and pay the non-resident fees to use the lake. That's how much I love it. I've lived along the lake since I was 9 years old. I know this park and the usage very well. And I will tell you that the issues that you are faced with, overcrowding, parking, stress, the idea that somehow you're going to make a lot of money out of Gilson just to solve budget problems elsewhere. These are all the same issues that have come up repeatedly. We are begging you, please put the Wilmette residents' thoughts and opinions at the forefront. Your organizational chart has Wilmette residents. That's who you report to. And then you've got your various officers, you've got the board and your staff and everything. But that concept gets forgotten a lot. And I think the frustrating part for Wilmette residents are, we feel like we're beating our heads up against the wall because boards come and go, staff comes and go, but we're here. We're still here. We're still paying taxes. And you know what? You're still not listening. That's the feeling we get. Please don't make us go through some sort of a battle and antagonistic program. Listen, really listen to the residents. The problems that are being identified through all of these studies and surveys have existed, but have never really been dealt with. For once,
Thank you, Beth.
deal with it. Thank you.
Thank you all for being here. My name is Mary Lawler, and I am speaking individually and not as a member of an organization in which I am a member. I am from Wilmette, and I'm also talking about more the Gilson plan process. I'm not commenting on any plans that have been put forward, but I know you are now in the final phase called Envision. According to the consultant from the May Committee of the Whole. Having finished the second phase called Engage. And I guess what I'm concerned about is I didn't see very effective engagement during that second phase. And I'd really like to see it now. We just heard a lot about input that was received many years ago. And I certainly respect all of the people who came and gave their opinion. But there also are a lot of new residents. There are a lot of young residents who are new to the village. There's a lot of input to still get. This is a new comprehensive plan that you've spent a lot of money to hire a consultant to do and to work with you. And it's important that you really engage the community. So it's not too late. I really hope you will start to engage the community. A good place to start would be your website on the comprehensive plan. Your web page on that plan still says, and I quote, "The community engagement process is set to begin in February to ensure that the Park District hears and gathers essential public input." I really, and at the March meeting, at the March board meeting, there were commitments made about what kind of engagement would happen. And I just would like you to fulfill those commitments. And perhaps this process needs to be slowed down. And maybe the Lakota group will talk about that and outline what kind of public engagement you will have in this next phase. But I really hope you do. And I know this board is just getting started on its work. And I really appreciate all of you who are willing to give your time to our community. It's a hard job. And I just hope you will keep the community in mind and engage them and on all of the big issues you consider. Whether that's, I mean, shoreline protection at Langdon has had very little community input from, very little community engagement outreach as far as I can tell. Things like community playfields, another dog park, disc golf, potential restrooms at Thornwood. There are so many issues that are either are continuing to be before you or coming up that I really hope you will get community input on. I'm a government nerd. I watch these meetings. Most people don't. So please come up with outreach for the community.
And Mary, just briefly before you step away, it's my understanding that the engagement process is still ongoing. And I think you'll hear more about that yet today. And I think we have to recognize that engagement has been somewhat more challenging with the restrictions that we've been dealing with the state over the course of the last year or so. But I do believe there will be additional engagement.
It's tricky, but I mean, if District 39 is doing a strategic plan right now that they've done all remotely. If you look at their website, you can see a lot of, it's a very easy process for people to get engaged in. And at any point they join the process.
Thanks,
you can't say that about this.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address us?
I am Isaac Gates at 531 Greenleaf. I have kind of a more limited scope of commentary. As you've all received a number of emails from me over the past few months, I think I presented enough information to suggest that there's at least an interest in the community via emails from other community members, petitions and such, to look into the question of whether or not we should have a disc golf course in Wilmette. And so I have kind of a simple couple of requests that we do assign it to a committee so that it can be discussed, similar to the other activities we got going on. I'm assuming the Parks and Rec. I'd like to see it there in the near future. And I would also like that you direct staff to work with me so that we can come up with some proposals that have their input. I mean, the fact is, I've put together proposals and what I think is good, but I don't have their input yet, and I need that to really put something together so we can really look at this. I think we can come up with a great plan for that. And kind of just as some feedback, I will say that we don't really, as a park district, have a process for something like this. And I think that in the future, it would be good to develop that. It's been a challenging process for me as a result, because I don't know what meetings to show up to, who to communicate with. where it's going, is anyone listening? And it's not, I'm not trying to be critical of Root. I'm enthusiastic about this project. But it would help, I think, for anyone to know, okay. And I know this, I actually am on the Transportation Commission, and I know, as an example, with the village, if you want to get a stop sign, you communicate with them on your corner, they're going to, let's get this petition going, this form, and there's some sort of a process, and you kind of have a sense that you're being heard. And then finally, one other comment is, Steve, if you could please get Monday Night Men's pickup basketball back going. I'd rather be there than these meetings, so please, thank you.
And just briefly on disc golf, and I think you and I had spoken in the spring when you were generally coming to the lakefront meetings, and we did talk about bringing that over to Parks and Rec, and during the last fourth term, we did have some conversations. So Patrick, would that make sense for Parks and Rec to pick this up moving forward? Great, thank you. Does anyone have any other comments? Great. With that, we are then going to move to 5.0, the Longwood Park Stormwater presentation from the village engineer.
Good evening, commissioners. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Bridget Berger-Raish. I'm the Director of Engineering and Public Works for the Village of Wilmette. I've had the pleasure of serving Wilmette residents for about 20 years. So it's good to be here. The last time I was in front of this board in person was March 10, 2020. It was the night the village board approved the first neighborhood storage vault at Community Place. And I'm happy to stand here tonight and say 2 of the 3 are already in the ground. So we're making tremendous progress. Why are we here tonight? Just to set the stage. We generally have 3 major milestones as we develop a plan set. We have 30%, 65%, and 90% plans. We're here at the 65% stage of plan development. This is the stage where we can still make changes, but we're quickly approaching the final set of plans. So hopefully after tonight, we'll get a nod from the Park District based on basically that we're headed in the right direction so that we can continue with confidence. June 7th, last Monday, we had a meeting with the residents of Thornwood Park. It was very positive. June 8th, we went before the village board, and we're happy to be here. This is our last stop in the 65% plan tour. So with that, I'd also like to just take a second and thank Executive Director Wilson and Superintendent Solberg for all the time that they've dedicated to help us along, and also to the park board. We would not be here without you. This is the largest capital project in Wilmette's history, and we're helping thousands of residents. And it's ironic that I say this in the middle of a very big drought, but it will rain someday, and we'll be very grateful for this infrastructure. So Darren Olson from Christopher Burke is going to start the presentation for us.
And if I could jump, as you go through the presentation, maybe we ask questions as we go, or do you want us to wait to the end?
How it's like, it's like
Appreciate it.
You told me.
This one? Or is it- Okay. Let me try to start driving. We'll see if that works.
You start. Looks like you know the job you're sharing.
I just can't, the advancing part of it is. Oh, there we go. There it goes. Thank you very much. My name is Darren Olson with Christopher Burke Engineering. I've met most of you, some of you I have not, so it's very nice to meet you, and nice to be here in person as well. We're going to have a little discussion of Thornwood Park. We come in different phases as we work with this project. Right now, we're at 65% design drawings. We'd like to come before you, talk to you about the different aspects of the park itself, and what our plans are for it, as we begin to move forward into the engineering analysis. We'll talk a little bit about the project team, overview of the overall project, which is the neighborhood storage project, and then our piece here as well, which is the phase 3. Talk a little bit about the previous meetings, and a discussion of the upcoming project itself in a little bit more detail. You've got some exhibits there that we've printed out, and they're a little bit larger than what you'll see here on the screen as well. We have a little video to show you, and then talk about the communications plans and some next steps. So from the project team perspective, you met the Public Works Director, Bridget Berger-Raish, Dan Manis is a village engineer. They're both really leading this project, and when I say leading, they are really doing a tremendous job leading this whole neighborhood storage and the flood protection project throughout the village. I'm Darren Olson with Christopher Burke Engineering. I have a whole team working with me, dealing with things like the streets aspect of the project, the grading of the park, pump stations, all different aspects of this project we've got our staff working on. Lisa Brock with RHMG, she is the one that is generally quarterbacking communication and stakeholder involvement once this goes to construction. So many of you probably saw her at Community Playfield. If you're out at Hibbert Park, you'll see her there. She's an amazing asset to have on this project. She's an engineer that's able to really communicate with the Park District and residents as we go through construction. And then Baxter and Woodman is another consulting firm that's subbing with us, and they are generally handling the technical aspects of the construction process. So the overall project is a neighborhood stormwater action plan. It is a neighborhood storage project. It has really 3 phases. The first phase was broken up into 2 separate parts. 1A, in part 1, phase 1 was community playfields. Phase 2 was Hibbert Park, which is under construction right now. And phase 3 is the Stormwood Park and some surrounding storm sewers. What Bridget had mentioned was, how important this project is once we get those big rains. 98% of the structures on the west side that are currently vulnerable to flooding during a 10-year event will be protected. So this project has a lot of flood storage involved in it that we'll see here in this video, as well as huge components of protecting property during flood events.
Can I ask a quick question? Sure. A 10-year flood drain event. How often is that? Is that probably annually with an average or running average, or is that a standard?
That's a great question. So that is a standard that has been around for a long time, and it's just now recently being updated once again. It's usually about every 20 years it gets updated. So there was a standard that was in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. There was a standard that's really taken us up through now, and it's the Illinois State Water Survey that updates that, and we're currently in the process of having that updated right now.
So that under the current standard, I mean, it's state pictures of all, so that looks like it would be more than like what is the expectation?
So, yep, that's a great question. So generally, the 10-year rainfall event is 3 inches of rain in 3 hours. So that is the standard that these are built for.
It seems like we get more. I know that this was probably asked with other people. I'm sorry.
No.
Yes, this looks like there's so much storage there.
Well, one of the things to think about is that it's the amount of land that drains to these walls. And so generally, it's not just the park itself that's draining into the vaults, and in most cases, the parks don't drain into the vaults. It's the surrounding neighborhoods. And so there's generally hundreds of acres, if not a square mile of land where that rainfall falls on and gets collected in the storm sewers and then taken to the park. Right. So I'll play a quick video here. This is the stop sharing here. It actually doesn't show up on my screen.
Steve, as you mentioned, it's the temporary system.
Hopefully 1 month old.
It happens.
Okay.
We sit there.
This is Hibbert Park here. So most of what you saw there was the construction that was occurring at Hibbert Park. Which is very similar to what we're going to see at Norwood. And so that you saw some of those tall walls go in. There. Pick up the
Why don't we
mic?
switch the input?
Let's do that. Let's do that.
Excellent idea.
The slide show was so exhilarating that it just shut down the computer systems.
Full video.
Excellent. So this is a summary of the projects. Again, phase one was community playfield. Phase two was Hibbert Park that's ongoing right now. And we just saw a lot of it in that video. And then phase three is what we're really here to talk about tonight, which is Thornwood Park. The amount of mileage of storm sewers, and this gets to Commissioner Duffy's point, the amount of storm sewers and miles that it takes to get this water from these flood areas within the west side of the village into this vault is extensive. It's almost 5 miles of storm sewer that we're putting in under the village roadways. In addition to that, 13.8 million gallons of flood water storage in the different parks.
I have a question before you, and maybe for you or for Bridget, but I think it's a good opportunity for us to kind of review how we got here in the sense that I believe the original plan for Thornwood Park was for a 10-acre football. Is that correct? And at the time, we expected that that this particular plan would only protect, I don't remember the number, 70% of the homes with a 10-year flood.
That's correct.
And
Yes.
what we did was we increased the size of the community playfield vault and increased the size of the Thornwood Park vault. And in doing that, we were able to get up to 98% protection, which was higher than the 95% protection that the open, the relief sewer plan would have done at $30 million more of expense, or more than that, as Bridget is telling you. So here was a case where the village and the park district were able to get together and work together to save the taxpayers more than $30 million and provide more coverage than what the conventional plan would be. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So I think it's important for everyone here and everyone who's listening to hear that this is a great example of cooperation between the two as a government to benefit our taxpayers and our residents.
Absolutely. So how we're doing this too, because we get all the best engineering plans in the world, but what the village has done is put together a fantastic communication plan. So as these different phases of construction occur, we've got weekly meetings. We have our project liaison, Lisa Brock, out in the field, meeting with residents, meeting with school district and park district staff. We've been coordinating a lot with school district 39. We did originally on phase one, which is community playfield, and we are now again on phase three at Thornwood Park, which is right next to Harper School. We've been coordinating with the police departments on school walking routes. We have a dedicated project website, weekly construction updates provided in e-news, as well as 24/7 access to the project camera. So if you go to www.nsp.com, there is a link there. We can get the 24/7 camera for Hibbert Park, which will actually see the whole construction of Hibbert Park that started in February, and we'll have this similar one at Thornwood as well. We also have hand-delivered notices as needed to residents around these areas as construction continues. Phase one is community that we had talked about. It is 90% complete. The park work is complete, restored. The remaining work is the ancillary storm sewer work that is east of Hunter Road. That's going to be completed in August of this year. Hibbert Park Phase 2 that we just saw a lot of on the video, that is 65% complete overall. The vault is complete, so that vault has been put in, the ground restored on the top of it, and seating put down according to Park District staff specifications. So that was great. It got done on June 4th, which was right when we were hoping to get it done. So we've got a bit of a spring growing season here, and then we'll have a fall growing season as well for that grass to get established. That overall project completion date for all the storm sewers will be approximately October 1st. Again, this is also trending within the budget of the awarded construction contract.
Because you mentioned, can you talk briefly about the benefits of seed versus sod? Because I think some of the folks around Thornwood
Sure. So I'm not a seed specialist. I'm an engineer, not a landscape architect. But seeding will, well, I should first say sod. Sod you can put down as green right away. Seeding, once that seed goes down, it gets established, especially the type of seed that we're putting down and the topsoil we're putting down on these parks, is a better long-term solution for these parks. And that's Tom, if Tom wanted to correct me, he's your expert on this. Next slide, please. So here we're gonna, tonight we're meeting on phase 3. We have a long, on the left is a long list of our tasks and the different completion dates. Here we're at the 65% planned park districts coordination meeting. It was originally, we were gonna try to come in May, now we're here in June. But we've started this coordination and we're going to continue it with your staff. Additional times that you'll have to talk with us during the 90% design in August, final design in October, and then after the bids are open in February of 2022, we will also come back as well. We're also getting a lot of public inputs. We've gotten a great bit of that already during the 90% design in August 2021. We'll get more, as well as during the final design. So not only with the park district and the public, but with school district 39, we've met with them twice already. So we've had a tremendous amount of coordination going on, and that's going to continue throughout the project up until the start date of March of 2022, and all the way then through the finish of construction in October of 2022. So a recap of the park district meetings that we've had. So we started back here, as Bridget had mentioned, 2 years ago, actually, meeting with your staff and with the board here, and actually with residents out in the park. We had a total of 6 meetings, 3 in here and 3 out in each one of the parks, where we had open houses with those residents to talk about the different park designs. In August 2019, we finalized or nearly finalized all of those designs. And that's where a lot of these, the footprints were shrunk up. We put in pump stations at both Hibbert and at Thornwood Park to limit the amount of trees that were impacted by the park. If you recall, there was a lot of meetings back then where we were looking at different footprints to make sure that we absolutely minimize any tree impacts with these underground vaults. Starting then this year, so we had a bit of a pause. So after August of 2019, we went on to phase 1, we went on to phase 2. Now we're back on phase 3. And so we've got a kickoff call with Park District staff in February. Then in March, we had a site meeting, another site meeting, another public meeting on March 24th with the open house with the 30% plans that was presented via Zoom with 33 attendees. Again, the residents standing around the park and within the general impacted area of this phase of the project. In June of this past year, just a week and a half ago, met again with Park District staff and consultants on the 65% plans. We had a public open house in the park, which was great. On June 7th, met with a lot of residents out there. We got some great input from them. Again, talking about the 65% plans in the park and the different roadways. Please.
And Darren, just to note, about this time last year, commissioners had a chance to tour community playfields during the storm trap installation, which was really interesting. And, you know, hopefully other commissioners had a chance to do that with Thornwood.
Absolutely. We would love to extend the invitation. Community playfield, it probably seemed like those were tall and big vaults, but we did get to go down into the Hibbert Park ones, which are 15 feet tall, which are twice as tall, and it's a little cavernous down there. It's pretty amazing that technology of these underground storage vaults. So with this, and that's really the star attraction of this next phase of the project is going to be the underground vault at Thornwood Park. This exhibit shows the different phases or different parts of construction. We've got a lot of storm sewers up in the Kenilworth Gardens area, some just south of Lake Avenue, and then some over by Skokie Boulevard. But again, with the whole idea of getting water into the sewer system and getting it into these vaults where it can be safely stored. Next slide, please. So Thornwood Park is again phase 3, 13.9 acre feet. An acre foot is an acre of land a foot deep, so converting that to gallons, which we're probably all more familiar with, is 4.5 million gallons of underground storage. So here's two photos. The one up on the upper right is one at Northbrook. Then on the lower right is that installation at Hibbert Park. These are two pieces that essentially go on each other like Legos, and then they rest on top of each other, and then the ground on top is put back completely to the grade that we would want it in coordination with Park District staff and consultants. This one, just like Hibbert, because it's deeper, we shrunk up the footprint to minimize tree impacts, made it a little bit deeper. So the bottom of that, we have to pump out after a storm event. So we've got pump stations with both Hibbert and with Thornwood Park. And other things that are going on with the park, tree preservation. If you recall back in 2019, the original plan that were settled on was, I believe, removal of 3 trees. We've since even limited that even more to removal really of only 1 mature tree within the park. A lot of green infrastructure, grading improvements, under drains, new seeding of the outfield areas, baseball enhancements, a water source for the ice rink, which will go back there as well, and reconfigures location, and irrigation pending a decision. So these exhibits here are ones that you have in your presentation as well. I'm sorry that these may be a little bit out of order, it's maybe towards the end of that. But this is the construction access. And so this is how this site is going to be accessed during construction. We've got the red around the perimeter is a construction fence. We have a soil retention system that's going to go along the north and east sides, and 2 temporary construction access points. Access point number 1 is along the lower part on Thornwood Avenue, and then construction access 2 is along Dartmouth Street. So that makes it easier and quicker for that contractor to build this. There's a way in, and then there's a way out.
And does this create any additional challenges because you're primarily on residential streets as opposed to arteries with the other 2 projects? Can you talk to us about some of the planning you've done to make sure that the situation is safe for the residents?
Absolutely, and that you hit the nail on the head on one of the biggest challenges here. That's different than either of the other 2 parks. It's just the tight residential area that we'll be dealing with. And so what we've done is we've worked extensively with District 39 and the police departments to start to begin to develop plans for how the overall project is going to get phased and how that will impact walking back and forth to school, trying to phase most of the construction along the major access routes during the summer, as well as this, and we'll see a slide on this in the future, this park work being done in the summer, so that the construction traffic that's going in and out will not have to be driving by Harper School, because that will be one of the routes into this area is going to be in on Hunter, into Thornwood, then back out on Dartmouth, and then back out Thornwood heading west towards the expressway. So we've working extensively with that, and that still really is a work in progress as we continue to coordinate with residents and other stakeholders.
So, that we did constantly additional issues with the roads. So that we see, especially that often comes the problem. So is there a secondary plan? Not like set aside for any possible road?
That's a great question. The way they'll be coming in is up Hunter, and that is actually a road that we're putting a new storm sewer in, and so we're going to finish that road after all the trucking is done for Thornwood Park. So that's one way that we can do that, and we also then are going to be redoing Thornwood Avenue, as well as a part of Dartmouth as well, and then the remaining portion of Thornwood Avenue west of Dartmouth is on the village's agenda to be repaid then the following year.
So the cycle, you're getting it out.
That's correct. So we will, the trucks, if we look at the stream here, the trucks will generally be coming in from the right. They will then come in that access point there, pick up the dirt, and then leave on that access point.
On the west, it'll come south and then turn.
South and then turn west. We'll turn west. Correct. So they will go from Dartmouth onto Illinois, and then from Illinois, they'll be heading towards the expressway. That's correct. That's correct. I believe Illinois is. Questions on that? Yes, and these are all, this is coordination that we're talking with contractors now, and we're talking with the dirt needs to leave, and then the storm trap pieces are also very big trucks that need to come in. So we're talking with storm trap as well to get these trucking routes ironed out during this design. This is the preliminary plan for the Thornwood Park. Again, north is facing up. We've got Dartmouth on the left, Thornwood Avenue is on the bottom. I'll start on the top, on the center top, and we see the arrow pointing to the underground storm trap vault. So it is the kind of the boxy, squiggly looking line. That's the vault. So that's what's going to be underground, 15 feet tall. We also see there reconstructed baseball fields. There'll be 2 of those. Those will be totally reconstructed as part of this process. The ice rink will be reconfigured. We see 2 temporary lights, the 2 dots there. Those temporary lights will be relocated to be centered over that rink. As we get further towards the south, we have the existing access drive there will be narrowed slightly. We see the nice colorful arrangement there. That's the pump station area with the irrigation underground controls. We'll talk about the level blow for that in a second. We've got the inflow and outflow storm sewers both on Thornwood Avenue. And really then, as you get back up towards the top, really want to highlight that we're able to preserve all those groves of trees that the residents had indicated to us were so important to them. So we listened and we were able to, reconfiguring this vault, making it deeper, we're able to save those trees. So this is a very similar schematic, but what we're now showing is how water gets in and out of the park, the vault, and why we located the pump station where it's at. So all of the main trunk line storm sewers are just to the east of here on Hunter. That's one of the lines that we're going to be also replacing as well. And so the point to bring that water in was along Thornwood Avenue and bringing it on the south side of the park. That's the closest place. But also, even more importantly, was that it's a way to bring water into this park and have it leave the park with the minimal amount of tree impacts as possible. That's something that, again, we focus on really seriously on this park. As we see water, as water backs up into the storm sewer system in the blue, it will back up into the park, and then after the storm event, it will come out of the park through the pump station, which is located, the blue box is the pump station. And then we'll leave and go out the same direction that it came in. So it's essentially that storm sewer that we're laying on Thornwood Avenue is a 2-way street. When the system is full, it goes backwards towards the park. And when there's capacity in the system, then it goes forward and gets pumped out of the park back into that storm sewer system. The next slide, we're going to look at essentially a cross section. I'm going to see if you go back real quick. We're going to essentially place ourselves on Thornwood Avenue, and we're going to cut the street and we're going to be looking west on Thornwood Avenue to see what's happening underground as water gets into the system. So now we're looking towards the west on Thornwood Avenue. We see the right of way there. We see a car driving on Thornwood Avenue, houses on the other side of the street, and everything to the right of that dotted line is Thornwood Park with the new generator and the control panel for the pump station. On the left is this new box culvert that's going to be going down Thornwood Avenue. And as water gets up high enough in that box culvert, it's going to spill over a weir and then enter into a storm sewer that goes into the storm trap system. The bottom of the storm trap is approximate elevation 607. The top is at 622. The ground elevation, the minimum ground elevation in the park is at 625. It goes up a little bit from there. After the storm event and when water goes down in that box culvert systems, we'll have sensors in there, and then water leaves that storm trap at the bottom, gets pumped up, and then moves its way into that small drain and then goes back into the system. Most of this vault will be drained by the pump station, but approximately the upper quarter to maybe upper third of it would drain back into the village's storm sewer system just purely by gravity.
I have a question on this slide. If I recall at community playfields, we only had about anywhere between 15 and 18 inches of dirt between the grass and the vault. And as a result, the recommendation was that we install a sprinkler system over the vault, and we then extended it to other parts of the park. I, for one, would like to avoid having an irrigation system at Thornwood Park. I see that you're calling out a 3-foot amount of land, dirt, whatever, between the grass and the vault. My question is that sufficient to grow grass without an irrigation system? And if not, is it possible to push the system down further since it's already a pump system so that we can avoid both the upfront expense and the ongoing expense of watering those fields where we didn't need to do that in the past? Can you help me understand that?
Sure. Director Wilson, you want me to take this? I'm glad to take it.
Because I think we're establishing a seed.
I'm a landscape architect.
So you're probably not the best person to answer it. So I would suggest either Superintendent Solberg or Tom Richlick from Gaywell Hamilton trying to address the question.
We knew we were going to get you up here somehow.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you, Derek. Great job. The need for the irrigation system in both the community playfields construction and for Thornwood construction is a lot more about getting the seed established effectively and then maintaining it for a more intense use than what had been there previously. It takes some time to get seed established, so continuing watering will help go more expedient. In the long run, once that seed's established, your use of the irrigation system can reduce. So you'll have a schedule of grow in watering rates, and then you'll dial that back down to sort of normally keep that operational. So that partially answers your question. The depth of the soil, anything more than 2 feet, is not going to change. So moving the vault further lower than what is currently designed.
So 2 feet is normally sufficient to
Yes.
grow grass without
Yeah,
irrigation
we were
system.
only narrow in a few places of community playfields, but on average, it's about 2 feet, right around some of the corners of the edges where it got kind of down.
And you mentioned a more intense use in this park afterward. I was under the impression that we were returning the park primarily to its prior
So
use. Yeah. So I guess what I'm hearing you say is if there's more than 2 feet of dirt and the use isn't different than it was prior to the installation of the vault, an irrigation system might not be necessary. The issue is establishing the grass,
Right.
but once the grass is established, it wouldn't. And so then I think we as a group need to decide what that expense might be and whether that's justified. Am I right?
It's typically from an athletic fields perspective, it makes operations of the fields a lot easier having good drainage and good irrigation. But yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Executive Director Wilson, when are we hoping to return programming back to Thornwood?
So Darren articulated for me, when we had a completion date of October 1st. Is that after establishment of seed? Is that contemplated in that schedule, or is that seed in the ground?
Seed in the ground.
So then we would have to do a fall and probably a spring growing session, similar to what we're experiencing in the community. So we're somewhere in the.
Yeah, so if you go from October 31st, which are when at community play fields, I think the seed went down November 10th-ish ballpark last year. So you're seeing now how that's growing in. The intention, Christie, is to get a program this later this summer. So you want that much stability. And that's with the irrigation system. It probably goes slower without one.
And picking back on the seed versus sod question I asked before you stepped up, could you talk a little bit about?
Sure, yeah,
bonds each
the,
way and whether if sod might be more appropriate this park as opposed to community play fields, but if we have to put an irrigation system in order to grow the seed.
The sod would require just as much water to get established. Okay, so that would probably not matter. For long-term operations of an athletic field, your seed option is going to give you the best product. You're going to have the tougher grass to be able to support the athletic uses. So the sod is that immediate, it's green. As engineers, I think we most likely use this around parkways, right along between the sidewalk and curb, just to get it green at the end of the job. But for athletic fields, it's very rare to put sod down unless you have budget of the McCaskies to do that. Right? That's a completely different operation than what we're doing here. So. Any other questions?
Okay. So now what we're doing is we're zooming in on the pump station. So we're just on the north side of Thornwood Avenue. And we have a couple different components of the pump station. And again, I'll kind of go from, I'll start at the top and then move my way around towards the left. We have turf stone pavers. That will be the drive aisle for this, the access, the village access to this. Turf stone is the grass can grow in between these paver blocks. And so it's a nice kind of softer touch rather than having an asphalt or concrete driveway. We've got a couple locations for potential that we're holding for potential irrigation pump controls and RPZ connections, as well as we get further down towards the street. We have a ComEd transformer that will be green. The electric feed from this will likely come from the west, so it's going to be coming down Thornwood Avenue. It'll likely be coming just north of the sidewalk within the park. An underground electric feed that will be directionally bored to this area. This ComEd transformer in this case is located here, which is a little bit different for Hibbert, and Hibbert is located a little bit further away, kind of tucked in the corner of the park. But here made most sense to keep that here next to the pump station. As we move around towards the right, lower right is a backup generator. This flood storage facility will have a way to dewater the vaults in the event there's a power outage that is coincidental with a flood event. So that is going to be at the lower right-hand side. That will be generally the color of whatever the manufacturer is that ends up getting selected to use that product. And then we've got probably the largest, although it's completely at grade portion of this, is the pump station itself. The rectangular block there with smaller rectangular blocks, which are hatches. It's going to be a flat concrete surface with the hatches there that you see are generally metallic to allow people to get, village staff to get down into the pump station and fill up those pumps and maintain them. But again, that part of it is completely flat and at grade.
Clarify, you originally contemplated potentially having that above grade, and because of some of the feedback from some of the neighbors, you decided to move it down underground.
Absolutely. And we've
That's
got
fantastic.
we've got a lot of great feedback. One of the feedback that we got on this site was to make as much of it green as possible. So a lot of this will be specced out to be painted green as when it arrives, as well as you'll see in a second some landscape input. And then finally, we have the above ground pump control panel and a cable junction box, two very nondescript above grade features here as part of this pump station. But really, that's what controls the pumps.
I have a quick question, and it's more my education, not because I'm noticing that the electricity feeding in underground, and the pump is underground, and also concerns for having such a heavy weather, event that the storm sewers are filling up, that it could flood or, what you've already mentioned causing electricity blackout, but could that also affect the gas? I mean, are they such heavy? I mean, I'm assuming these lines are protected somewhat, but could there be any interruption because of the weather? What would be
Yeah,
these items affect the electricity and then the gas?
that's a great question. Generally, the water is going to be within the storm sewers below ground, and these different conduits, whether it's gas or electric, are going to be in completely separate trenches. So there should not be the issue where water from the storm sewer system would be able to somehow get over and affect these lines.
One of the residents that heard, and I know you did as well, is Lake Riverside operations. That seems like it's incorporated a lot of that feedback. So it's nice to see that that is the case. Almost everything is very totally accepting of things that could not be.
That's correct. That's correct. So this is a much prettier version of what you just saw, but this is the landscape plan. And there are a lot of plans, and we're working with staff here and their consultants to tweak this plan. We're also working with residents. At our meeting we had in the park a week ago, one of the residents who lives across the street from Thornton Avenue had a great comment on it that we're incorporating as well with the transformer. But generally, the goal is to screen this area and also make it a butterfly pollinator type attractive garden. So there'll be shrubs and evergreens and things that attract different types of species, as well as then the remaining part of the park, which is the turf. When I say turf, the infield mixes, the new sod replacements. There will be some, there's small shrubs around the perimeter of the park. Some of them are within the construction access zone. So those small shrubs will be likely replaced as part of the project as well. So those will all be, all the smaller shrubs in the perimeter that are impacted will be replaced. There is a full landscape plan that I believe is part of the IGA that the Park District can implement in the future. And then we'll see here on the next slide a few renderings of what this will look like. These are all conceptual right now, but these are things that our landscape architect was able to put together. Again, showing the flat surface where the pump station is located underground, and then some of these smaller features that are back there. So this is probably one of the more important slides, and one that we had a tremendous amount of help from Tom and Wolf Hamilton. It's the grading and drainage plan for the site. And what we've done here is we've highlighted some of we've taken that same exhibits, we've turned off some of the aerials, and we've highlighted the storm sewer system, as well as some of the different inlets. The storm sewers are going to consist of under drains under all of the fields. There's going to be mainline, larger under drains that are collecting those, as well as a storm sewer system as well. One of the things that we've done is a couple of features of this. We've generally crowned the fields so that the two baseball fields will be slightly higher, and the water will shed away from the mounds and really the infield portions and then drain into the outfields. You can see the blue flow arrows are how this water is going to drain to the perimeter of the park. We also see blue. The next probably most important feature is the blue dots. Those are around the perimeter. There's approximately 9 of them. And those are surface inlets that are at the low spots at the end of where this water is drained to. Because we then need to somehow take this water that we've got nicely shedding off the field and drain it into the perimeter system. And so those are 9 dots around the perimeter. Again, we've located them as far as possible away from any sort of playing surface. And they're the typical, 2-foot diameter catch basin that you'll see. We have several similar ones out at Community Place. Finally, we have a couple other structures. We've got a few green ones. There's two green ones, one on the north side and then one on the east side. Those are the vents. And so those will be open lids. All these lids are bolted down, but some of them will have openings. The vents actually allow air to leave the storm trap wall. We get all this water coming in during a storm event, the air needs to go somewhere, so it's going to leave from those two green vents. Those will be at the surface as well. And then finally, we have the yellow are access structures for the village. And those will not be seen. The village will know where they're at. And if the village ever needs to get into the storm trap, they will be able to access the storm trap by taking those out. The red is the main perimeter system. The pink is a system that would be an additional drainage improvement for the park that's outside of the work zone. There is some standing water that we've been told about along the east side of the park. And this pink line with these two additional inlets, those are part of the line. Those two inlets will pick up that water and bring us into the storm sewer system.
I'd like to compliment you on this plan. I think each of the two plans we saw for the other two parks, we had some concerns about some of the above grade or after grade apparatus, if you will. And I think that you made some nice accommodations as we work through that. I don't see the need for any accommodation here, so it's obvious that that you and the village staff really worked hard to make sure that this wouldn't impact the fields as they're currently being used. So thank you for that. One of the questions I do have relates to cost and cost assignments. I assume that any sort of a sprinkler system would be funded as a part of the $3.395 million that the village has agreed to provide us as a part of this project. Is there anything else, any of this drainage that would be funded from those resources as well?
Yes, the far right pink ones would be funded out of that as well.
And what will that cost?
We don't have that finalized yet. I think we had a budget item in there, a budget line of $40,000.
$40,000.
At our open house, we did speak to several of the residents who back up to that area on Colgate, and they actually have improved their own property quite a bit with their own private drainage system. And we left it with them that we're going to evaluate with storms as they come to take a look at how that area drains. But the sentiments from the residents is that much of that area has been taken care of. And I'm not sure, Director Wilson, we haven't talked to you about that, but I'm just conveying what the residents indicated to us.
Okay, and just real quick, in terms of we're fairly far into this process at this point, and I believe there were some additional drainage costs and whatnot with the other parts. At what point will we be able to get some sort of a summary of where we are in that process? Later on tonight, we're planning on allocating some pretty significant funding, I believe, for a fitness path. And I think it's helping. We're talking about bathrooms and other things that would be helpful for us to know where we are with those resources at this point.
We do have slides.
Yes. Great, perfect. Thank you.
Fantastic. This is a fairly simple one, just talking about our restoration, largely being types of different seed mixes, as well as in some of the areas that are closest to the roadway, having sod. So again, site restoration with the exception of the landscaping around the pump station is going to be fairly straightforward. It's going to go back to grass.
And can I clarify, landscaping, the site restoration is in your budget, the larger landscaping plan is in ours. Is that where that falls?
It's in the
Everything is
3.3.
ours.
Yeah. It's within the 3.3 million.
This part as well? The site restoration?
No, that's all.
Site restoration's in there,
That's okay.
then the larger landscape plans in the 3.3.
So this slide, we were going to show another video, but I think we can pass that. We saw a lot of the Hibbert Park construction in our previous video, and who knows if we ever video this back. So we will. There is the website as well, which I really strongly encourage you to go to see that. Here we see the schedule details, and the schedule is really broken into three distinct components. The first component is the top four lines, and the time is as we go up from left to right, we go a long time. The first component there is things that can occur within the park while school is still in session. So right after Memorial Day, they would fence off the park with that construction fence that we saw around the perimeter, and then begin to mobilize inside there. Topsoil.
I'm sorry, there is a bit of feedback since the change was made over there, it's humming now. I don't know if you can hear it, it's very distracting. I'm not sure if the audio is hearing it as well. We need to resolve that, please.
And I think we'll take a break after this presentation and hopefully we can address it then. Thank you, absolutely.
That first block is what happens inside when the fence is up, but before heavy trucking, and that is when school is still in session. You see then once school is out of session, we get into that middle blue, the blue area, that middle block, where we get heavy hauling, the excavation, stone base for storm trap units, delivery of the storm trap. There's approximately $67 truckloads of material that are either being taken out or being put in as stone base or storm trap units. So there's a lot of trucking that's going to occur. Trying to do that as much as possible within that window that school is. Likely will not be able to do all of it. So there will be a time period where it's going to have to occur with school session or talking about the school district. How best to accommodate that. But as we then move into the third phase, we'll be working on the pump station, final grading, will be kind of moved back within the park, again, within fences, restoration.
And David, is that a 5-day construction schedule?
Yeah, so this right here is a 5-day. That is something that as we're talking with contractors and trying to nail down this, just given how important the schedule is for this project. We'll be looking at things like Saturdays and
Picking up on that, is there a commitment from the village that construction is slow for whatever reason? And it looks like we still might be trucking when school is scheduled to start. And you would extend beyond to try to get the heavy construction done before the kids are back in school.
So they can still work internal to the park, they just can't.
so finally, we have where we come from and where we're going. So our next step is to take these 65% drawings, convert them to 90% plans, that we can come back and talk to you. And then begin to move down the line here, eventually getting out to hopefully sometime right before December.
Yes.
So that will require me to share my screen.
This is a summary of what has been committed to date. $765,000 is the price from our general contractor. And oh, I'm sorry. is the bid price from Berger Excavating, actually the place for irrigation. You see a line item for the engineering services by the Park District's engineer. Hibbert Park is a bid price for drainage improvements to help pick up some of the perimeter low spots and improve drainage, and that is a bid price. And then at Thornwood Park, there's just an estimate at this point. Should the Park District decide to install irrigation and the additional drainage, we have a placeholder of $200,000, which is very conservative.
And when do you need some direction from us in terms of your timing? Because we haven't, we actually didn't discuss some of the earlier items, just I know we were trying to get the project done and move along, but with this one, I think there's been some questions raised about whether we want, you know, the sprinkler systems, for example. What's the timing that you need from us?
As far as process, we'll make it as easy as we can for the park board, which is we are going to design it, and we can even bid it as an alternate. So we have up until the point that we want to award the project. Before the village board awards, we'll come back to the park board and say, here's the design, here's the price, let us know if you want us to award it with that look.
What type of timeframe do you think that would?
Sure. So if we plan to go out to bid in December, we would award in January. So probably early January. Maybe February. January, February. Q1 of next year.
Thank you. Does anyone on the board have any further questions? Thank you very much. And again, I think this has been a phenomenal partnership, so thank you. Does anyone in the public wish to make a comment about, please?
My name is Alan Golder, 2560 Lower Lane. I live adjacent to the community playfield. And first of all, I'd like to welcome all new board members. Welcome to the board and hello to my friends who've been here for many years. I'd first like to compliment our wonderful engineer for her communication skills, because it has been a model that everybody should follow. Weekly emails, updates, it's been fabulous. I really appreciate it, so thank you. And also, I'm finally glad you guys are trying thinking about hiding some of the structures that you're putting in the parks. Because the pump house and the community playfield is an eyesore. It really is. So hopefully the board will do something to landscape around that, because it's really old. So.
Thank you, Alan. I think before we move to the next item on our agenda, I guess there's a 5-minute break. And let's try to keep it to 5 minutes. Everyone needs to break, and then we'll get back at it at 9:46 if possible. Maybe we can work on the sound system. That's frustrating. So they can't hear us. Any of us. Yeah, thank you very much. That's a problem. That's definitely a problem. Absolutely. Yes. We've heard that maybe these microphones aren't working in terms of the podcast. So like Julia and I spoke with the microphones. Are they hearing us? Yes.
My last that long. All right.
Test one, 2, 3.
I am not.
Testing.
Well, not someone is.
Then the flip side. Can always improve.
You can't hear it. They say their microphones
Have a good night.
Sorry.
I had more questions.
It's been 5 minutes.
Yeah, I know.
My point is that if you had mentioned that, or after the conversation, I was trying to accommodate staff. Just in the future, can we call this? That's all. So it's just you and me.
It's not.
I have no problem. And they didn't.
Test 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Test. Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Test.
All right, I'd like to go ahead and pick up the meeting again for everybody. I have all the commissioners here. Yes. Speak directly.
I know.
So we're going to go ahead and start the meeting again. I was told during the break that some folks who were trying to listen remotely were having trouble hearing us. We tried to make some adjustments to improve that, and we apologize. We are told that there will be a different system in place when we meet next month. So to the extent that anyone has had any difficulty hearing us, we apologize. We're working through it. Hopefully it'll be better for the rest of the meeting. With that, I'd like to move to the next item on the agenda, which is item 6.0, presentation of the audited financial statement. Do we have our auditor here who could step up and thank you very much.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for having me today. My name is Courtney Clement. I am one of the audit managers at Lagerbach and Amen. I first would like to say thank you very much to Sheila and her finance team. It takes a lot of extra work to get ready for the audit outside of the scope of her regular job duties. So thank you very much for all of your help in getting this pulled together. So there are just three major sections to the audit report that I'm going to touch on. The introductory section, the financial section, and the statistical section. The introductory section starts with a transmittal letter. This is financial information and initiatives written by the finance department themselves, actually. I'm talking about the future of Park District, how things are going, and things of that nature. When you move to page 8, you do see the Certificate of Achievement Award. This was given by the Government Finance Officers Association. It is my understanding that the Park District has been going after this award for a few years now, so congratulations on receiving it again. We will be working very closely with the Park District to apply for this for the 2020 fiscal year as well. Once we get into the financial section, we have the independent auditor's report on page 11. We did give the Park District an unmodified opinion. It is also known as a clean opinion. It's the highest opinion that we can give. It states that the financial statements present fairly in all material respects, which is ultimately what we aim for. Once we get to page 14, we start with the management's discussion and analysis. I highly recommend if you don't read anything in this financial report, you read the MD&A. It is financial information in non-financial terms, and it summarizes about 100 pages of the report right in the beginning. Just a couple quick financial highlights I'd like to talk on. Overall, your net position of the Park District did increase by about $1.8 million, resulting in an ending net position of $69 million for the year ending December 31st, 2020. Overall fund balances in your general and debt service funds did go down, but your remaining major governmental funds did increase overall for the fiscal year. Once we get to page 35, we start the notes of the financial statements. This really explains everything and absolutely anything you could possibly know. If you have any questions when looking at the financial statements, the notes can be a very good place to start to get an idea of what exactly you're looking at. Starting on page 71, you do have the budgets actuals, and then those continue on page 77. The last piece of the audit report that I wanted to just briefly touch on was the statistical section. It is 10-year trends, it is unaudited, but it is a requirement of the Certificate of Achievement through the GFOA. And it really explains everything between, you know, largest employers in the village and a couple other things that would be interested to keep in mind. Briefly touching on the management letter, there was one prior recommendation that we did have to repeat related to funds over budget. The debt service and the police fund did go over budget, but did not go over appropriation. So something to keep in mind when moving into the upcoming fiscal year. So with that, I am open to answering any questions that you may have.
Anyone have any questions?
Sorry, I do want to ask one real quick. So our net position increased by $1 million. I know that it's explained in here, but it seemed confusing to me how, because it was related, it felt to me it was related to value of real assets. And so if a building's value increases, how is that judged that that building's value increased? Is there an appraisal done on it, or is that just a, hey, every year we say that a value increases by 2 or 3%?
An appraisal would be the best way to see if the building were to increase in value.
But was that done to show that the real, because it seemed to me that real property increased in value, which helped increase the net. Right?
Probably not unless there were any additions this year. We wouldn't really see any sort of like appraised value unless an appraisal was complete.
We had additions in capital assets, so there would have been that increase because the depreciation was not that much. A lot of the increase in our net value came from the pension. So we had a huge increase in the value of our pension assets, so that added to our position. That was kind of the biggest increase.
Sure, yeah, our pension percentage changed a little bit this year.
Okay. I do have another question about that, and this is more of a general question. I'm sorry, but in note 4 regarding the services that one of the services that we provide that other park districts and villages contribute to, which is the NSSRA programs that we serve. Is the way that the money flows through, is it that we collect money from these other agencies and then pay NSSRA for the service, or does everybody pay NSSRA and we're just the host of those programs and we get paid by NSSRA?
No, those are our fundings in support of NSSRA. That is a bunch of park districts all support that particular entity. We are one of those entities.
So the money, so all those entities go to the NSSRA,
yes,
NSSRA directly, but we host the service.
No.
NSSRA hosts the service.
Well, we
just
host
pay
the
our-
facility. They use our facility. No.
They use our facility for a couple programs, but they also use Glencoe, Northbrook, Deerfield, and other communities for their programming as well.
All right, so we're not the only entity. Okay. I was under the impression that we posted the league service, and which I think is really underappreciated in the community as a whole, because it's a phenomenal asset that we're able to provide.
My question is in the pension. When I looked at the year-over-year schedule, there seemed to be significant jumps in the difference between expected and actual. This is prior to my time, but can you speak to this?
Unfortunately, I can't speak very much to this since I'm not an actuary. So an actuary would have been the one to kind of take that information and, you know, determine all those differences. But I can certainly go back. We do have some people in-house that I can chat with as to why there would be a significant jump, but I personally cannot attest to that.
Also not an actuary. But as our staff changes over, you know, as we get older, we get younger, as we grow, as we shrink, that changes those calculations. And then also another factor that is market performance as compared to expectations. So there's market fluctuation built in there as well. So it's a fairly complex calculation that I don't fully understand the ins and outs of, but it is definitely a product of who we employ, where they are in their stage of life, as compared to actuarial calculations of their life expectancy.
And when we make excess contributions, for example, we made a fairly significant excess contribution in 2015, and we made a modest excess contribution last year. Is that correct?
I would say that, I would turn that to my, the other thing that adds to the pension calculation, the normal cost. Expectancy, the excess is retirements. So we had, I would have said, a significant. And then at that point, we will be able to strike what's in it. Because the valuation is taken, and that present value is calculated, and then right away that was reflected. So as people are aging, you know, if you have a younger workforce, the cost is going to be a little less because you're going to be funding that over a longer time period. The expected and the actualized depends a little tighter as we're towards the end of the particular. It's really a complicated.
It's a moving target.
Calculation. There's a lot of stuff that goes into that. And the actuaries do all that magic for us, and then we just look at it.
Yes.
And who do you use for that?
So IMRF has their own actuary called GRS. They do the actuary reports for every village, park district, SRA that has IMRF. So they do those reports and then send them out to us.
They refresh quarterly?
I'm sorry?
Are they refreshed quarterly or is this an annual?
It's an annual report.
And I think it's probably worth highlighting that our funds, we are 98.64% funded. Is that correct? So we're basically at 100%, and we haven't been 100% since 2002. Is that correct? So we're in a pretty strong position relative to our pension liabilities. As long as the market stays strong, that helps a lot. Absolutely. Other questions or comments? Okay, I think it's probably worth highlighting a couple of things. I think we ended the year at a $56,000 loss. I think at the end of the calendar year, we thought that it might be slightly in the black, but again, my understanding is there were some expenses that were paid after year end that should be attributed back to the prior year, which makes sense, and that's great. It is worth noting, though, that we took in about a little bit less than $500,000, $450,000 of debt funding for a project that we didn't spend that money on that project, but we'll be obligated to spend it this year, right? In total. Right.
That did not have 100% of the expense offset.
Correct.
So some of that expense will be realized this year.
So, and I know this isn't an accurate statement from an accounting perspective because everything is reflected the way it should be, but effectively we're starting the year this year in a bit of a hole relative to those funds because we're committed to doing the rest of that project, but we've already realized the income from the debt last year. Fair enough. And I appreciate that. And I'm not an accountant. I don't play one on TV. And yeah, so thank you for that. But it is worth highlighting a few other numbers. I believe our revenue was down $6.7 million last year. And we did end up deferring about $2.4 million in capital expenditures. But to end the year almost in the black, given everything that happened, is certainly worth highlighting for everyone here on this board to congratulate the staff for the phenomenal work that they did managing through a tremendous number of unknowns to end up where we were. And looks like we're well positioned to have a great year this year. The only other question I might have is normally the Financial Planning and Policy Committee would meet and review the audit before it comes to the board. I know we had a timing issue, and some of that had to do with us from an organizational standpoint, but some of it had to do with when the information was brought to staff. Is there anything we can do next year to ensure that that committee will have an opportunity to review the audit of the committee before it comes to the board? Because I believe we're obligated to approve this before the end of this month.
So we plan our December audits like later in the fall. So if you just want to make sure you reach out to somebody at Lauterbach Neiman and let them know that you want to bump everything up a little bit, that would probably be the best situation for that.
Does that make sense?
I've already made that.
Thank you. I'm not planning to. Any other questions, comments? All right, then. Go home, please. Thank you for being
Thank
here
you
as
for having
long as you
me.
did. And we'll have an opportunity. That's great. So let's move on to item 7.0 on the agenda. You'll see the comprehensive plan presentation. And I can't believe you guys found nourishment and didn't share it with us during the break. Please.
Thank you, everybody. My name is Scott Ferris, Principal and President of Code Group in Chicago. And it is a pleasure to be here with you in person tonight. Very happy to be in person, and it speaks a lot to the process, which I'll talk about in just a second. I have with me my kind of co-pilot here, Andy, who I think everybody knows. Andy has been an instrumental part in the master plan process. I also have another team member in the back, Tom Richlick, and also as part of our team is Eco Envision, which is a PISO organization, which is doing our environmental assessment of health. And I say that because I want to take you a little bit back in time to when we started the master plan process and bring you to where we are today and give you a path forward. That's what we're here to do tonight. We also want to share a little bit with you in terms of setting what I would call the bar or standards or fundamental principles by which we're going to move forward with the process in an effective way that we can evaluate all of our ideas and decisions in a careful, meaningful, and respectful manner. That speaks to the community, it speaks to the topics and concerns of the folks that we've heard tonight, the Marys. I want to point out both of them this evening made really, really important remarks. One was that we have a very special place. Clearly, undoubtedly, one of the landmark spaces or places in Wilmette. It is the lakefront. We're not making any more lakefronts out there, so this is something that is an asset we need to take care of. And this is a master planning process. And unlike the master planning process that was referred to previously, this was framed and focused on what I would call stewarding and maintaining a quality of place within the means of the district and the community. That means we're going to take care of our asset. And the buckets that were pointed out tonight were right on target. What the community had said back in 2013 are no different than what we've heard today. To talk a little bit about the engagement that we've had, and to point out Mary Lawler's point, engagement doesn't end. There is no end to engagement in the master planning process. So we have different phases, but there's dialogue moving through all those phases. Good, positive. Folks are going to have differences, and that's fine. That's what we want. But they ultimately want to move us to a point where we have an actionable plan that you can move forward with. And it is a plan that has a life cycle of about 10 years. And in that 10 years, things change in that 10 years. As we heard, boards change, public opinion changes, the environment changes, the lake rose a lot more than it did, and now it's going away again. So people reacted to those types of changing conditions. If you move up and down the Chicago lakefront, you're gonna see a lot of rocks because everybody reacted to high lake level. We got rocks up and down the lakefront right now. They're working, but we're gonna see a lot more rocks because the water is gonna drop. So it points out that this is long-range master planning. We have to set a bar in time. We started this process back in fall of 2020, and then we all went into, I would call, hyperspace in the virtual reality. We lost the connection, not only to you as a board, and we worked hard and diligently with our Lakefront Committee to make sure we had a voice and connection with them, and we did through the whole process. We had a lot of dialogue. I'm going to point out some of that conversation, but we lost a direct connection with the community, which is super, super important. And that wasn't on purpose. That was a function of the process and the times and COVID. And I think we are here this evening to tell you we were going to chart out a new path to make sure that we re-engage with community voice, re-engage with the board, and make sure that we're delivering an effective result for a master plan that has a 10-year active life to it, that is going to address the needs of landscape, address the need of open space, which is critical out there, address the need of traffic circulation, multimodal access to the park and safety and security. That means the bikes, the pedestrians and the cars all have to live and work together. We want to address the natural environment that's out there. The natural environment's beautiful, but it needs to be maintained and managed. It's not something that you can just let go. When we started this process, we saw the leaves fall out. We saw the leaves come back on. And I know that we've worked with staff going back out, checking every single tree on the tree survey. It needs to be pruned, it needs to be removed, it needs to be added back into the mix. So it's a living thing. It doesn't just start and stop. And there's not really an easy way to time define a master plan process, particularly in a pandemic. So if we jump quickly, I just want to let everybody know there's 3 phases. We heard from folks this evening, the concern of engagement. Let me point out clearly where we are in the process. We're at the end where those arrows are making the back and forth movements on that screen. We're on the end of what I would call the engage section of this process, and we're moving to the envision. We haven't designed, we haven't finalized, we've thrown ideas around to bounce some, maybe not so good in a virtual world, which we learned. However, we have talked to the community. We had a lot of virtual dialogue and sessions back in February, and it ended up in a board discussion and a lakefront committee discussion and a virtual open house back in February 18th. What it led us to is at the end of the engagement phase, if you look at the very bottom down, it says final state of the park report. Our hallmark, our team's hallmark is we don't move into pretty pictures until we got closure on the final state of the park report. That means we've heard everybody and we've evaluated all the systems that are out there today. That report is sitting here from March 2021. It hasn't been finalized because we haven't had probably the most important piece, which is an open house. And that open house was always designed, I remember working with Steve, but how are we going to get to an open house in a COVID world? An open house isn't one that you can just put up the boards on a virtual thing. An open house is you put up a room like this and you put up lots of ideas and you put up your findings and you put each of your team members at all those sections and talk to the community. And that is the process by which we are now going to move forward. We need to make that leap to talk to the community about what we found, what are some of the key topics, what we've heard from the community virtually and also face to face. And maybe we missed things, put it in the mix, and then we finalize the state of report. The state of report takes us to the next phase, which allows us to jump into envision. That's where we're starting to build the ideas, and then we're going to come back to the community, come back to the board. We're going to test them 1, 2, 3, 4, 10 ideas. And some are good and some are bad. 2 will stick or 1 will stick. And out of those will come individual little items, tasks, projects, timelines, priorities, and most importantly, budgets. Because you can't do a project without knowing all these things cost and get public opinion on that. Now, are we going to drive it down to a discussion that we had tonight with the Burke folks into the exact dollars and cents of all? No, we're going to get you close in terms of budgeting and prioritizing, but we're going to set a pathway so that you can execute. And that's what a good master plan does. Builds community voice, gets everybody okay with it, allows you to execute. And that's where we want to move you to expeditiously. So we're moving into the end of the phase 2. We're going to have a process or timeline, which I will talk about in a minute. But I'm going to let Mr. Tucci come up here and talk a little bit about the fundamental principles that we've established for this. We want your opinions, your thoughts. We may add some, we may take some away. We want the community to know about them. We want the community to weigh in on them. And then we're going to move forward with vision. Okay.
Hi, evening. I don't know all of you that well. I don't know some of you at all. My name is Andy Tanucci, principal at Woodhouse Tanucci Architects, partner to Scott and Little Lakota Group on this plan. We were the architects for the beach house project. And as such, I can only say that I've been around the North Shore my whole life. I've been around this park now for many, many years, and I care a lot about it. So being part of this team is really important to me to continue to be part of these conversations with your amazing community and with you. So with that said, we're calling these fundamental principles, but truly these are a set of criteria. We've thrown out a lot of ideas, and Some are red and some are blue, and maybe your favorite color is orange. But the way that we move this conversation forward is we agree on a set of principles by which we can have a conversation over. We can call them criteria, we can call them ambitions. We want for Gilson Park to be a safe place. We all must agree on that. That must be something we agree on. And if we don't, we should have that conversation. And we should have that conversation tonight, in fact. Because if we can't come to terms on what these things are and grow this list in an effective way, then we can't, as a group or as a community, effectively steward the park into its next steps. So if you could move to the next slide. Again, we want for this to be a safe park. Harbor Drive is not a safe part of this park. I have driven my very quiet electric car down Harbor Drive with no less than 10 people walking feet in front of me, not hearing my car behind me. It is not a safe place right now. It needs to be a safe place. And we can make it a safe place by adding a sidewalk. The master plan aims to make the whole park safe, and we should walk around the park, and the plan intends to do so. The ideas that we presented to date and will continue to present are really focused deeply on making this a safe park. Improve the natural environment. It is a park. It's a beautiful park. It's an incredible park full of a lot of amenities. The main one being that it's an incredible green space next to this incredible natural resource. But truthfully, and let's be truthful, not all of these trees are healthy trees, and not all of these parkland areas are amazing parkland areas, and we can make them better. So let's do that with this master plan. Let's talk about the different zones of the park. Let's talk about the natures that they serve. Let's talk about what they're made up of, the qualities of them. I've heard Mary Shea for many, many years talk about how there has not been a planting plan in this park for as long as she can remember. I mean, this is something that I inherited in this conversation. And we should make a planting plan for this park. We should, with this master plan, create a path forward for the district to be able to steward this park as it relates to its natural elements. The programming in the park. Lots of services are offered to the community in this park. Let's go through as a board and have a conversation about whether or not the park meets all the needs of the community and how so. And if we need to add a picnic shelter, let's add a picnic shelter. If it's next year, great. If it's 10 years from now, terrific. If it doesn't need a picnic shelter, terrific. Then we've asked you the question, does the park need another picnic shelter? And we've collectively answered that question, and the master plan documents that. Let's do so in the most green and sustainable manner possible. How do we manage stormwater? Let's do so with rain gardens, potentially. Let's think about how we move. I mean, never has it been more important to steward our environment and our landscape. And you guys do this as well as anyone, and we should just add this as a layer to the conversation. Are we doing this in the most green and sustainable manner possible? Accessibility. I know there's a lot of conversation about adding pavement in the park. Let's have this conversation. Should we add more pavement in the park or not? Certainly there are reasons to do so, and there are reasons not to do so. But access is one very, very good reason to add pavement to the park. Views can be afforded to people who are not able-bodied only through the addition of some additional pavement. And should we add those additional pavements? I'm not sure, but we'd like to have this conversation with you and the community to know if Gilson would be a better place for the entire community if we did so, if it would be more accessible. And this is not just the only type of accessibility. Let's also talk about the ways in and out of the park. Let's also be honest. It's not the clearest park to navigate by foot or by bike or by car. You come off of Sheridan Road heading north and you turn right and you have to turn right really quickly again. Is this the best way into the park, or can we make a better way into the park? Can we improve accessibility with this plan? These are conversations we should have. Infrastructure. Oh, please, let's fix the infrastructure. I had the former president in the park telling me, I thought we fixed the infrastructure with the last project I saw you on. And we did too. We made a good attempt. Lake levels rose, as we've talked about. That doesn't help. But we've also now looked more closely at some of the stormwater elements, some of these drainage systems in the park, and they're dysfunctional. They're broken, they're old, they need to be renovated and improved. They don't need to be, they really should be. That would be my recommendation to you, but this is really the conversation we should be having. And should this be higher up on the list, should be a higher criteria or a bigger priority? This is fine if it is, that's great. Let's move it up higher on the priority list, make sure we solve this problem. But of course, we need to have all these conversations at once. You can't just prioritize stormwater without also talking about accessibility, because these things go hand in hand. Every time you introduce pavement or remove pavement, you're going to affect that infrastructural system. So these things are woven together very, very deeply in this part. Okay, the last few here. One, durability. Our ambition. Let's make sure that we're doing so in a way that the park district can manage for a long time to come, 10 years or into the future. Let's set plans in place and practices in place that don't hamstring the district, but actually help the district as you move forward. Because not only is it never been more important to steward the environment, our resources have never been more valuable than they are. And that leads us to our last one. Let's make sure that this is as fiscally responsible as possible. So we're not just doing this to spend money. We're actually thinking about how to spend the community's money as wisely and sensibly as possible into the future. And with that, let me also just say, while we do this for a living, and while we would consider ourselves experts, we don't have all the answers. I said this in the beach house. We come to you in these community sessions because everybody has part of this answer. And we need to engage in this conversation so that we can hear from everybody. Do we have this list right? Have we listed everything? Now, I would say that most of the things we've heard from the community tonight are covered. But that doesn't mean that all of them are here, and that doesn't mean that you don't have other elements to add to this list. So if there are other elements, they will either surface through these conversations, or we should talk about them this evening. But that's our list of fundamental principles. That's the list of criteria that we believe we should put on the table and let you know these are the things that are shaping the direction that we're taking, not just aesthetics or our own personal ambitions. These are the kind of criteria that we find are the most important conversations to be having with your district to move your park forward in the most appropriate way possible.
Path forward, we've outlined a couple key steps in the very short near future. The first being a community open house, and we have worked with staff to develop a timeline that would suggest July 11th. I think it's a Thursday night, remember? Thursday. 8th, sorry, 8th and 12th. 8th is 11th, is a Thursday though. I want to make sure I got that right. Okay. And then to have a follow-up board meeting to summarize the discussion from the community on the 12th. I believe that's a Monday. We wanted to do this because we want to set a path for developing and getting to a completed master plan direction by the end of September. That's our goal. Why do I say that? Well, we could leave it go on and on forever, and that's fine. I think there's a finite time to everything. We did start this about a year ago, and we want to make sure that people know we're moving through a process and not lingering with the process. We took some road bumps during the COVID experience, and that's fine. All good as long as we come out of this with positive results. But I think moving this into the early fall and getting it back to the board for discussion, deliberation, and ultimately direction and approval is the right thing to do. That gives us a couple months. Now we want to make sure that we get community voice in soon. And this isn't the only community voice in the process. Our engagement process, everybody's wide open. You need to talk to us. You want to talk to us. There's groups that want to talk to us. We're here. We are more than ready to talk to anybody. And I leave that challenge open through the whole process. It doesn't end. And I really stand by that. Our firm stands by that. The partners that we partner with stand by that. You don't close the door on anybody. You always keep it open and you listen all the way through. It delivers the best results and gets everybody on board. At the end of the day, we need to get back with the community. After we develop ideas, concepts, different solutions, and there'll be a range of them. Andy pointed it out, for every one of those principles that are up there, there's a lot of different options, a lot of different solutions. And some may be a little bit out there, some may be nothing at all, but we want to test them. And I use the sailing group as a bellwether for that. When we met with them, they're perfectly fine with grungy. That's what a sailing house is supposed to look like. And I'm a sailor, actually, and that's really what sailors believe. However, the general public may say, you know, it'd be nice if we had a little bit better feeling of that space and the bathroom was a little bit better over there. So there's a fine line between the, what I would call the special interest groups within a place and meeting the needs of the overall public, and that's what we're trying to find the balance here. We want to get back with the community before we get back with you at the end of September, so we're going to need to have another open house that we share those ideas, and we'll plan that at probably the early part of September, and we're planning that when school's back in and we're all here. And I'm looking forward to seeing people in person and having an open house like that. We can't do that in August. That's when people are going to be gone on vacation. Then in July, we don't do open houses then. And so we're planning ourselves to make sure everybody's back. We've got ideas we want to share with them. We want to keep you in that process all the way along, and then come back to you with a direction, budgets, and priorities at the end of September. So that is our outline. We welcome your questions. We welcome the questions of the public. We're here. We want to make sure that we deliver a really well thought out process.
Commissioner Goble is the chair of the Lakefront Committee, so I'm going to ask her to lead this part of the discussion.
This one, I think this one's good.
Thank you.
So Scott and Andy, thank you for visiting with us this evening. Really appreciate the updates. I know that we will open up for public comment for anyone remaining who wishes to comment at this hour, but we welcome your input and thank you for hanging in with us. I think there's an outstanding item that we still have not heard as a board, which is a readout and a synthesis of the input from the special interest groups.
Yes, we have all that for you, and we'll be happy to provide it to you. And it's a second component to this entire document that shows all of the topics and conversations with all those people. It's also synthesized in here as part of a digital online polling results, I think, that we shared with everybody back in February, March, when we met with you, maybe in March 12th. But yes, we will share that with you.
That'd be great. If you could just bump it up to the inbox. Because I don't think I saw it in March.
I will do that.
I think the other piece is that we need to reflect to the community who was in those groups. I know we had, you mentioned Sailing Beach. I believe there was a dog park focus. I believe there was a neighbors focus. So, and then my only other note is that July 8th is during the week of a holiday. And is there an alternative to the analog open house that you will provide? A digital
We can
opportunity?
video the
website.
whole thing and put it back onto the website as a virtual tour if we want to do that. That would be possible.
Or you're putting renderings on
Oh, sure,
the
absolutely.
website, some other ways that we could gather input, because with the federal holiday being the 5th, I suspect people will take that week off.
It's fine.
So, yeah, it is at the point where we are reaching the quote unquote end of engage and moving toward master plan. I just don't want to miss chances because I don't know that we've gotten all the input we need.
I'm with you completely. Let me point out what I think this open house is and what it isn't, because I think that's very important. What the open house is really, it is a summation of all of our findings, all the topics, all the buckets of things that we are studying that are part of this plan. And if you can imagine, as we all know, a station style setup where each station talks about a different thing and a different team member is there. What it isn't is plans.
Right.
We want people to know that it is not, we're not coming with plans. We're not drawing roads and parking. None of that's going to be on there. We want to hear what are the topics, then we move to that plan. And so we will prepare that both as an online digital version to be put out sooner than the 8th, and or consistent with the 8th itself.
That's great. We have a couple of government bodies that are currently doing strategic planning. And so I think the community bar is to rise to the level of the others. We heard the president speak about his appreciation for the process with the stormwater program. Mary Lawler pointed out District 39's planning process. So I think we have an opportunity to be consistent with that.
To that point, can I add a comment about the open house? Is it possible that there is more than one, recognizing it sounds like you're bringing in staff and there's a lot of manpower to make it happen, but in the spirit of meeting the community where it is, first let me clarify, is the original one intended to be here?
We were thinking of doing it at the Lakeview Center. They have it in a nice setting that was consistent with where we are. Yeah.
Is Wilmette Fest happening this summer? As an example, to throw out, a pie in the sky idea, in a normal summer when we would have the downtown summer festing type thing, and there's booths all around town, an environment like that is a great place because the public is there. I remember watching the stormwater folks going around with their open houses, and you could see them in the park on a random night, and I would watch the family walking the dog and they wander over and they talk to them. I think historically, we've opened up these types of open houses for broad, not just Park District, other things in the community. And it puts the burden on the community person to be informed, to show up. And certainly those that are most interested will. But I think there's also something to be said to reaching the silent, the less involved folks in the community that might have good input to consider as well. So certainly those that might not live as close to the lake might miss that open house that's there. And so if there was another place to take it to the people, I'd throw that out there for consideration.
We can do
To my
that.
knowledge, the Wilmette sidewalk sale is taking place on, I think, July 17th.
It's around that July.
Yeah, it's like July, 17th, July 18th.
We also work effectively, you have a really good farmer's market, to have a little booth there, and people do that, we've done that when we did that when that for their lake, but they sat us there all day on Saturday, and just people came by and wanted to know what's going on, and give them some information, so. It's a great idea. Yeah.
Scott, I have a question. Having read through these documents thoroughly now for months, I understand the separation of these priorities. Trying to think about it in the context or framework of coming in and seeing this for the first time, especially for many of the residents who have not seen it, it seems that there are some redundancies. So I think that even in these 10 buckets, I believe there were, having a bullet point or two underneath to really clarify and make distinct why they are different from each other would be very helpful. You know, looking back at previous materials, I think the safety and accessibility, I lumped the two together. So why are those two separate on here?
So some definition, maybe?
Yeah, it's a definition, because accessibility can be looked at numerous ways. One is just an ADA perspective of accessibility. The other is just being able to get into the park and circulate around and be able to find the things that are important. And safety may be safety along the waterfront, along walkways, or blind spots throughout the park. So I think we just need to define it and have maybe like a caption underneath them that describes what you're going to find in this category. Yeah.
While you're on that topic of the priorities, is there a ranking to those 1 through 9? I'm hearing Andy say that there's flexibility or you want more input. If there should be a ranking, perhaps you would bullet them rather than number them or an open house if you're still trying to force that. Because
The fundamental principles you're talking
correct.
about? Yeah, I don't think we've done any really ranking. I think we just try
Because
to
it
put them
does
out there
my
for you
mind
to consider.
automatically when you see a number, you go to a ranking, and I've heard infrastructure, and I thought, gosh, it's number 6 down. So that was a thought I had coming into this
Yeah.
presentation this evening when I presented the packet.
And that, and infrastructure is a little bit of a misnomer. Infrastructure is a really critical component of it because everybody knows what's under the ground is equally as important as what's on top of the ground. But in many cases, they mirror each other, and there's synergies to be found in removing both at the same time. So for instance, if we took one of the roads out, that we don't need it, and we converted it to open space, underneath that road is a pipe and a sewer. We don't need that either. So why put either one of them back? So a lot of dialogue is we're trying to find we're lumping them all together because they exist in a three-dimensional world. They are not separate, they're not linear, they're all on top of and around each other. And the tree that has to come out in order to make the pathway go over this way falls into the tree category as a policy, but in the other, it's a plan for access and circulation. So I totally understand. I don't think we're ranking them yet, but I think we may have to, as you, in the role of a board, evaluating the options that we bring to you, you may want to be able to rank them so that you can prioritize them.
I like the way you have the pictures and the descriptions. I would just suggest taking the numbers off if it's a little bit too much.
Got it.
Should we open up for public comment?
Can you speak to the sources of information that came to you from the public? I know that Commissioner Goebel recommended to the new board members that we all view the recordings of the different the stakeholders. Yeah. And you know, and in one of those that was brought up about a previous survey that was distributed via like postcard, and I just want to know how much weight you put on some of these engagements, because are you looking back at previous conversations
Yeah.
from from 2013.
So we had your statistically valid survey from 2013, which set a benchmark for topics that occurred back then. And the conversation, the questions we asked related back to those same questions to find out if those concerns are still valid. Your master plan process you went through before wasn't wrong in terms of all the topics. It was just some things weren't ready to make the light of day yet in terms of happen. So the topics were still the same when we brought people to the table, and we just didn't randomly go out there. We created categories, we worked with staff and said, who should we be meeting with? What are the like groups, bikers, neighborhoods, naturalists, the sailors and boaters, the paddlers versus the swimmers, the dog beach folks, the Coast Guard, the MWRD. I mean, we met with as many groups as possible who were affected by that. It doesn't mean we met with everybody. We just tried to get a sampling. And the questions in the dialogue were those that were focused on what are the key topics and do they align with those buckets, those same exact buckets, which were circulation, infrastructure, landscape, open space, facilities, safety and security, particularly along the main drive walkway thing is one of the biggest topics that's out there. You know, but every group that you talk to has their specialty niche of what's important to them. So you have to take that. We take all of the information. We don't just throw it out just because we don't like it or it doesn't fit in a bucket. We throw it all in there. And so you were listening to all of it. And what we diagrammed or we wrote out was everything that came in. When we presented it back to you in that state, it was just ranked in terms of percentages of those same responses. And what we found is 50% of people, so it categories into the high category, 50% said the dog beach is the most important in the dog beach category, or having a shelter when you first come into the dog beach or a fenced-in area. That doesn't mean everybody in the neighborhood thought that way, but certainly the dog people did. So it was important. It was important for us to do that because that was one of our categories under special areas, dog beach. What needs to be improved over there? Now you as a board will look at that and say, that's great, Scott, but not priority number one when it comes to all the citizens of Wilmette that we have to speak up for here. That goes into year 2, 3, or 4 in our master planning 10-year, prioritized schedule. But infrastructure is important.
I think I want to emphasize what you're pointing out with that last statement, in that this is potentially and most likely a phased project. This isn't, hey, let's spend $12 million in 1 year on this. This is phased for whatever we prioritize.
It's a 10-year horizon, 1, 3, 5, and 10-year projects. And at year 5, you're going to go back and revisit some of them because things may the world may have changed for all we know. And so, and the boards change. And so you reevaluate. But the content and the goals that are inherent in there haven't changed from 2013. And they're probably not going to change out another 10 years.
I actually have another question. When you had the stakeholder meetings, approximately how many people were in attendance? Because if I recall, it was actually a fairly small amount. So when you say 50% of like the dog beach people wanted a shelter right there, you're only talking about 5 people, and there were perhaps 100 people going down to that dog beach at one or other time. So I'm just kind of concerned, how are you, getting a good sampling of what.
So we also had a digital questionnaire online. So we pulled all that into the same thing and mixed it all in. So it came from the digital aspect of it on your website, as well as at some meetings there were 3 people at a thing. Some there were 6, and some there might have been 2 or 1. But we took all of those comments and put them into a lump and then put the percentages against them. It wouldn't have been accurate if we had put it just against 3 people that we talked to. You could never get enough people into a engagement to make it statistically valid unless you send out a defined survey to 12,000 residents and expect to get 400 back at your 2% requirement. You guys have gone through this process before. So other than that, it just becomes categorizing the key interests of those who talk to, taking it back out on the road again to make sure you're consistent, developing plans, take it back out on the road again, and ultimately you got to move forward with some direction. And I'm not saying anything you don't already know. Okay. Open up for questions.
Yeah, let's welcome any residents up for questions
Or comments at this point? Please.
Hello again. Alan Gold. I'm representing a special interest, which is the Sailing Beach, the sailing group down at Gilson Park. It's embarrassing to be this old, but this is my 39th season sailing at Gilson Park. Started in 1982, and it's why we moved to Wilmette in 1987. It's because it is such a unique aspect of the park. Many lakefront communities all over the country have parks, and a lot of them are great parks. Winnebago's got a park, Highland Park has a park, etc. But nobody has what Wilmette does when it comes to access for sailors. No one. For those of you who don't know, there are 180 Hobie cats at that beach. It is the second largest number after Annapolis, Maryland, at the Naval Academy. Amazing. Here, it's a resource that is unparalleled anywhere else. So with that said, I've talked to, and I'm one of the avid sailors down there. I was down there for 4 hours today. I talked to a couple of dozen of the very avid sailors down there, and no one I talked to gave any input. There's no one new to give any input. No one was contacted, and the park district has all our emails, because we have to give it to you every time we rent a sailing spot every year. So what I'm asking is, please get some input from the active sailors. Because we have different, like the dog beach people have different concerns, and the nature people, we understand that. The sailing beach people have also concerns about, and we'd like things improved. We don't want to leave things the way they are necessarily, but we'd like to make sure that you get our input. And I am willing to help coordinate that if it would help the board with getting that information. So I'm down there 3-4 times a week. Nice being retired. So please reach out to me if you need anything, or if you'd like me to help bring that information back to you. I'm more than happy to do that. So thank you very much for your time.
Would anyone else like to start the conversation?
I appreciated Mr. Tanucci's remarks tonight, because I thought with the last presentation, all of the natural facilities of the park were being paved and chopped down for roads and parking. I guess I'm not supposed to respond to that iteration of 4 plans, because now they're backing off and saying it wasn't a plan. But it was very disturbing. All of it was. There was no room for do nothing or keep the circulation plan the way it is. I just don't understand where this all has come from, given the reports that you've seen that were provided from the citizens. I think it's a matter of philosophy, whether we just appreciate and preserve our and behave like stewards of this beautiful park, or whether we're seeing the park district as a important revenue source. I mean, I think there's a shift that I've observed, and that, I guess, is a decision that the citizens should be allowed to make, whether we are stewards of the park. And just the fact that the taxpayers have such a small percentage of the budget shows that we have no control over what's happening. It's all the functions now of fees. Fees are everything. And the small amount of the taxpayers pay for the park system is minuscule. The budget for the trees and landscape is minuscule compared to everything else in the budget. So those priorities are quite evident to anybody that's looking. So I just want to keep harping on the same thing. Let's put the park back in the park district. The word park is not even in the mission statement anymore. I mean, it's just amazing to me. It's now programming for the community. community and others. I mean, that's even broadened to increase the usage by the metropolitan area. I know that everybody's invited to the park. I don't have any problem with that. I never have, but I don't think we have to use our money to widen the roads and make accommodations for the rest of the metropolitan area. Thanks, I guess that's it.
Thank you.
Just gonna echo some of the concerns that people have raised about having one open house. I'm not sure I still, despite your explanation, understand the full purpose of it. I know when the village has done their stormwater, they had numerous open houses. I know when they were considering a bike plan, they had 3 or 4 open houses, some at night, some during the day. I think one open house doesn't give enough residents a chance to give their input on what they would like to see at Gilpin Park. And then you also mentioned that, you know, it's hard to put everything into a bucket. The only way you could maybe do that is if you send out a survey to everyone. Well, that was already done. I mean, you guys all got a copy of it today. So we do have something like that. And I'm a little bit concerned that, I don't know much about your organization or your company, but that you're gonna be weighting things differently than, they were fully presented to you. Whereas we have the survey that is scientifically done, at the board's request, and to ignore that, in favor of different methods, doesn't seem like the proper way to handle it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other remarks?
Hi, I'm Tanya Chevalier. I live on Michigan Avenue at Washington and Michigan. And I second all my neighbors in what they have presented around this lakefront master plan. I just wanted to add one more thing, which has already been mentioned, but living at the corner of Washington and Michigan is like living in a jungle, especially on the weekends. It is mayhem there, and for instance, this past weekend, $100 fines were put along Washington Avenue, but no car heeded that. The street was still filled with cars. As you're exiting the park at Washington and Michigan, there should be, a few car lengths on either side of that exit in order to be able to see what's going on around you, because it is the only 4-way stop in that street. But without fail, there's always cars parked right up to the exit on either side, north and south. So, and I've seen accidents at that corner. This past weekend on Friday, there was actually an accident at Washington and Sheridan, right at the pedestrian crosswalk. So it's very hectic. We're interested as neighbors. I think all of us were very open to many people enjoying this park for different reasons. But you need to really collaborate with the village, and also in this master plan, consider the traffic situation very seriously, and whether that be, because it's not only Michigan Avenue, it's also all of the surrounding streets to the park, which are affected with what comes through there, and how the traffic is directed. So yeah, maybe, we had brought up, for instance, the CTA or the Metro lots. shuttling back and forth so other people can enjoy the park. West Wilmette, who there's so many of the residents who don't dare even approach the park because it's so crazy to get to the park. And that's very unfortunate. So please consider the traffic situation and collaborate with the village on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I believe that wraps up our public comment. Thank you for staying with us and adding your ideas and observations. I believe the village is doing a traffic study, but before Mike may know more details about that.
I don't believe they finalized the plan. I know there's been some discussion about it. Do you have any further information?
I think the proposal went to the board, and they didn't go to the board.
So some information will be forthcoming on traffic in any case, in addition to the other inputs and information gathered there. Anything else for either Scott or Andy?
Can we please share what communication plan we have for these open houses and the information, the survey data that we currently have, how we can disseminate that publicly, whether on our website or direct email?
Sure. Yes, to all of the above. So our website, there's been longstanding plans between Lakota and us as staff to get all the information that's from the video of the open house, the video of the stakeholder meetings, the Q&A out of the open house, get it all into a usable format and get it up on our website. We just haven't executed on that. So that's still going to be the plan as far as notifying, the public of these open houses. We have a large email that we utilize for this. We would put it in this board brief of this meeting. It would be highlighted in that. We can work with the village to add it to their e-news that goes out on Fridays. The one that's more generalized, you might notice they have multiple e-newses related to some projects as well. We will use all of that social media.
Can we ask consultants to attend a particular event prior to this July 12th? We want to try and stay on the time that was proposed so that as Kara pointed out, it's just easier for people to walk up to the booth. As mentioned, the French market that would be phenomenal. And we've got, every weekend the French market's open. That gives 3 weeks prior to July 12th. Moving forward to collect just another source. Is that something we can ask, or is that a change in our agreement with them, or what?
Without having the agreement memory, I'd have to ask them. We'd have to look at it and probably talk it through. It's a chance that it would be time.
I think it would be wise to take the opportunity to engage the public. Same as one next open house. Everything that we have massive numbers of emails for everybody to participate. And don't just blast everybody and say, you got a July 12th open house. Pushing messages that should be priority.
And going back to the comment about sidewalk days, there's something magic about the timeline that we tend to push back another month, but if that's not engagement, that would certainly be positive as well.
And can I add one more comment on the timeline? When it was presented about the September, as a mom with young kids, my mind immediately went to early September and back to school is almost as bad as this week when you're transitioning to summer. And so if that was that final public open house where you're counting on input, granted our community is kind of fantastic in the diversity of ages and stages of life that we have, but I would anticipate that those in my stage of life would not be prioritizing an open house in those first 2 weeks of September. And I would, want to consider everyone in the community.
I would think the entire month of September is not really.
I was trying to be offer a concession, but yeah.
But yeah, it just keeps going. but potentially also late in August, like be right before Labor Day weekend, everyone is back and school has started, but the, so rather than September, very later in August, right before Labor Day weekend might almost be a better time where there'll be lots of people around and, school goes back in session usually by like August 23rd, 26th. Schools usually.
It might be a similar approach where there's more than one date, right? In the spirit of making the process.
Whatever you guys want to do, it really doesn't matter. to me. I just set the bar, okay? It was my attempt to say we want to move it along. Paul's great time. You tell me, move it 3 weeks this way or 3 weeks that way. We're at your level. You tell us if you want to move it.
I don't think anybody is confused with you. So.
Nobody's around. No. I'm happy to go to the French market. Tell us what you'd like us to do, and we'll work it out.
I think we've heard lots of good ideas and input. Maybe Steve and the team can come back with some suggestions that incorporate.
That's not complicated.
Thank you.
Can I just suggest we're having July 3rd activities this year? Maybe that's a good time.
Another suggestion. Thank you.
Signage in the park.
Signage, thank you. We're breaking the rules of public comment, but thank you for your input. I like those.
Definitely worth it.
I like those work ideas. Yeah. Okay. Well, I think at this point, I'll turn it back over to.
Well, I have a quick question about scope for the two consultants as well. I think we have 3 new faces in the year. And if you would talk a little bit about how you are looking at or not looking at the Sailing Beach at Wallace Bowl, at the Lakeview Center, and then just give it a chance for the group to kind of weigh in on that approach, and if you want any refinement to that.
Well, maybe I'll let you talk about. Tangentially looking at that.
I'm asking really in the context of what you two were doing.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, so I'll give you a little primer. When we started this, the focus was not to get too hung up at the facilities. What we've heard categorically now as we move through time and space, why don't you have those in the mix in this conversation? So we are not looking at, I would say, the details behind the Lakeview Center or the Wallace Bowl, other than they need to be enhanced and improved to some degree, because they're older facilities and they need to. Just is what it is. Wallace Bowl needs a lot of work on the benches and the concrete and all the safety apropos. Andy is studying the programming opportunities that are inherent in the Lakeview Center, and not by making it bigger, but making it better, and so that you can program it effectively. The Sailing Beach, we are looking at that tangentially. We did meet with a couple sailors because I know they bugged the crap. Chip Hackley was all over me. We met with him and 2 other people, so I apologize if we didn't meet with this gentleman, but we certainly will. We are looking at the Sailing Beach. It was part of our plan, but we're looking at it for bathroom and improvements to the overall area, not to the new building or a new building. Certainly happy to do that if you think it's germane to the process. We're trying not to get too out there.
Because it seems to me that how we utilize those facilities are going to change parking, going to change traffic,
right?
Going to change sound,
right?
Going to change even trash in the park or something.
Parking is the big scary thing out there, and parking is a big scary thing because you can't attach to anything. There's no way to quantify parking to a building square footage like normal zoning codes do. And that's what makes it scary. Well, who knows it's going to be more intensive by putting a bigger deck in. You can't quantify that. One thing we can do though in a master plan process by policy is we can change perception and change attitude. And that's something that the district should do as part of this master plan, is say, we want to make it a policy, get more people to walk and take bikes and make those facilities more amenable to them to come to the beach as opposed to just driving. So that's a policy driven. We can't put more parking on there. That's not what we want to do, but we can get people to come more safely via walking and via biking. We have that ability to do that. So, the parking is a big thing. How do you quantify square footage to park? And Andy and I had this conversation. It was when you did when Andy worked on the beach house, it was whatever we had there before is what we're putting back. Because that's what people were acclimated to. It wasn't a square footage per number of cars per visitors ratio, because there isn't one. And so that's a very difficult, I mean, that's one of the toughest things in this whole process to quantify is how do you deal with parking? We know we have parking problems. We know the neighborhoods experience.
Well,
parking.
I mean, gosh, what a pinch you guys are in because, the neighbors don't want crazy traffic.
Absolutely. I
At
do
the
that
same
with
time,
them.
they don't want parking in there, they don't want cement, and they don't want roads or a better traffic flow.
And
but
they're
yet
right.
It's overwhelmed the way it is, so there's a pinch.
There's nothing that they say that's wrong. They're absolutely right in every front. The difficulty is trying to balance that need with all the other people who come and bellyache that they're not a parking place and all the other stuff. So that's gonna be a little bit of we're gonna hear about that at these open houses. That's what we're gonna hear about, and we should. I don't have a final solution for it, and I don't want to throw out a final solution. I want to hear from people, and then we will clearly come back to you with some ideas and recommendations, and they may be good, they may not be good. Maybe something we have to reevaluate. Okay? Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you it's great seeing everybody, first of all.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for staying so late.
Yep.
Next up on our agenda are standing committee reports, starting with the Lakefront.
Sure. So carry on, we met last Monday and we met at an early meeting time. We met at 5 p.m. and this is part of an effort to try to accommodate different community members, our board, our staff, and in fact, we have our two relatively busiest meetings tentatively scheduled for the first of the month. So we'll look at how we handle those. Anyway, at any rate, we met last Monday. We covered beginning of discussions of committee goals and objectives, a manager's report focusing on the activities in preparation for summer, including hiring and training, and then an update on the shoreline protection proposal, which will be handled in the board in the future. We also reviewed concepts for the Lakeview Center and did not make any decisions. We are continuing to evaluate and accept additional input on the plan and the ideas, and we expect we'll continue to hear from the community on that topic as well. Our next meeting is likely to be the first Monday of the month. We do not have that scheduled, but we will be sure to post it as soon as we do. That's really quick.
I know that before the election, there was some conversation about safety at Salem Beach. And there was suggestions made about signage to give people direction about safety. And I was told that that would be at least conversation, maybe some adjustment made down there. And to my knowledge, at this point, nothing has happened down there, and the sailors are getting worried about people getting hurt because as they come in,
people in the water sometimes shouldn't be there.
Well, yes, and there's a lack of control that the sailors have at a certain point as they approach the beach, and the wind can, so and the wind comes different directions, and so I thought there was going to be some action taken for safety purposes down in the area. I was wondering more about that plan.
So I might need to rely on Superintendent Quinn to give you better details, but as opposed to putting up a bunch of signs, the staff is trying to more actively manage that situation. We're new staff in a management position, they're changing the roles of pretty much every staff member across the entire lakefront operation, but in particular at sailing. And so I know that it is a conversation that we've had internally, and I'm fairly certain the staff down there is well aware of the need to increase their vigilance in getting swimmers out of the water to allow the cataracts who have to literally pull their rudder and come in rudderless a safe way. So I can follow up with staff to see how that's going in their opinion, but I know it's something that's been addressed.
Are you saying that we're opposed to signage?
I'm not saying we're opposed to signage. People tend to be opposed to signage on lakefronts.
I guess I'm thinking at the access points. If I was at the swimming beach walking towards the sailing beach, there's a chair where a guard sits to check. I don't think that would be visually intrusive to be attached to that chair or near that chair. I hear you, no one wants to post in the middle of the view of the lake.
Right.
But I feel like at the access point, as someone who, myself, watch people come and go all the time when they're walking, I think those specific access points, similarly at the end of the beach near the dogs where you're not supposed to swim, if they could be sort of near those entrances, I think that would help to communicate the expectation, because it puts a lot of burden on the staff to constantly remind people, and they're dealing with a different person perhaps every hour throughout the entire summer. How many thousand people are they gonna have to tell the same message to? But maybe you could have someone that would. I feel like that's
We
the
can look
most
at it.
likely guilty spot, and they're not coming in through the Salem Beach entrance knowing that they can't swim. I think that's the point.
Hearing the concern raised, and it didn't come from like, I'm glad you mentioned it. That was not something that came across the desk, but often when you're trying to change behavior, communication plan is part of that. So might include signage, might include email to the Salem Beach members to help also. They seem to have a lot of ownership over this space and reminding one another, reminding children who visit. I mean, school just got out, so I'm sure everyone is a little bit in a situation of pent-up demand for the beach. I think a week or two of policing will go a long way as the summer goes on. Sounds like you have a sense of what is needed.
So many people that are down there. Stuff, and if you look at the financial report, all of a sudden, the number of non-vote owners, so stand up orders retired, over 1,600 in 2 years. So that's an incredible number of people in a very short period of time that just aren't familiar with the way the beach operates. So we have access to all those people. You know, we just said like, oh, there's a rules of the beach kind of thing. Maybe when they're at, when they are this, just seems to me.
Let me be clear, everyone has received those rules. We can remind people, but they receive it at the time they complete their contracts. So we're more than happy to, friendly reminders throughout the season.
I appreciate
To
that.
Commissioner Gold's point about, helping self-policing, because a lot of times it's maybe someone's child using an SUP who may not be aware because they didn't fill out the contract, right? So we can ask the parents that.
Yeah, I was unaware that that information was.
But we also talked briefly about security down at Wilson. Obviously, last year during COVID, when so many other beaches were closed, we had some gatherings. We did some things differently down there last year than we've done in the past. My understanding is we've had some gatherings again to start this season, and I know that we've enhanced some staffing. And could you review what we're doing this year in addition to what we've done last year and what we're looking at moving forward?
Sure. Last year in the start of kind of groups gathering later in the evening toward closure, staff added, Superintendent Glenn added more security staff, had closed gates, car gates down earlier, closed off the Washington Avenue exit that people were using as an entrance. Once the regular car gates were closed, staffing later in the evening. In the past week, when the beach closed at, I think it was 8 o'clock, most of the staff went home. Now we're keeping a lot more staff on hand all the way through 10:30 until the park closes. That was last year. We've increased those numbers, altered those assignments of what different people are doing throughout the park, not just on the beach. Staff assigned to the sailing beach, the swimming beach, the balance of the park, roving basis to look for issues, report it out. We're also coordinating with the police department for supplemental help. We have we're not to the point that we can say we've solved any issues, but we're definitely aware of them, trying everything we can to address them, including further conversations with the police to see what more support they can give us. And staff has implemented a lot of new things, and I think at this point we need a couple more weeks to continue to tweak and refine that plan to see what impact we can make.
And we've also hired some private security, is that correct?
Private security has been hired by the residents between, I guess, Langdon or Elmwood and Gilson. Wilson. Some other people had some conversations with their hired security to enforce the rules. It is somewhat of a byproduct of COVID, people trying to find a place to get out and feel safe. And, while we're coming out of COVID, those behaviors were created during COVID. And we need to work with the police to try and alter those behaviors, make it less of an opportunity for people to take advantage of the open space and hopefully change it moving forward.
But I know that last year we ended up putting up a fence on South Beach. I'm told that this year that's the location of a lot of problems. Would a temporary fence or something perhaps be a helpful tool for staff to, if we implemented that again, because it seems like almost the cooped up nature of COVID. I think people are anxious to be out in force, and I don't blame them. But at the same time, I'm not trying to restrict anyone, but at the same time, a tool, because that might be, if we narrowed entrance and exit points, it'd be a lot easier for staff to control the masses. And it seems like this is going to be a heck of a busy year.
Yes, if Wrigley Field this past weekend was any indicator of the pent-up demand to get out, I think we know what we're looking at. I think we're trying a lot of other things before we go to that option, but I'm lying if I said there hasn't been internal conversations about whether that's a good or a bad idea. So I don't think I'm willing to sit here tonight and ask for it or recommend it. We're trying other methods before we start fencing off. So,
sure.
Compliment the staff. I did spend a lot of time with the beach this weekend, one of the weekend nights into the evening, and I did notice a lot of the policy changes that you mentioned. And from what I observed, I thought it was extremely well done, and there was a lot of control of sort of the what would have been fence jumping, and the extra staff seems, in my opinion, to make a pretty noticeable difference. So I would love for you guys to continue watching it before you would start talking about it.
Yeah, and to that point, Superintendent Gwynn was just telling me today, the ownership of the young people down there is amazing. They care so much. So, it is the staff, the young staff, the young professionals that we hire, the high school, college, they really care. They want to have things operate the way that it's intended to operate, and they truly are trying to make as much of a difference as they can. And very, it's tough to monitor a 60 acre park. And so so kudos to them because they're doing a great job.
And you've got a great GMs as well. So I think you've got a good plan. Obviously, we're keenly interested to hear. So keep us posted. Thank you. Nothing else for the week.
Great, thank you. Golf committee is a report. Todd?
No report.
Thank you. Parks and Rec committee, Patrick? All right.
Well, Parks and Rec was the first meeting of the board members, and I thought it went really well. We started off with a recommendation that we no longer have Howard Dog Park on the wish list for a dog park location. We made I believe we made a recommendation to the board that we remove it from any further conversation. We talked about the community playfields and fitness path configuration. We had some conversation about plan B, or if you look at the next page in the packet, there's a black line. We discussed and kind of felt that was a safer place for that section of the path, because we're across further west, and it's kind of down toward the end of the hill. So as cyclists are picking up speed as they're entering the park, and then you have a jogger or a walker walking across the path, we thought that was not a great location for that. They could split the path, and the exercise path across the center path further east. It was before people really entered the park area, and maybe were going to be more aware of their surroundings. So we asked for a secondary point there, and we were going to ask for the board to vote on moving this project forward as well. We got a lot of information about community playfield bathrooms. And this is in your package with some photos and some estimated costs. And no decision was made about a location to place them, but we talked about hiding the pump or not hiding the pump within the building and just camouflaging it. So, but a decision needs to be made as far as are we moving forward with the project or within the school. But I think we're still waiting for the IGA on that. And then if yes, no, I think we just need to kind of make a plan as a board where we want to go. But that was not something that we were going to vote on. We just kind of discussed options. Then we had the Maple Park Playground design and the cost submitted. It was really, I thought that was a great engagement with the public, with the community, by staff and by the designers of it. So I thought that was a wonderful. We all felt that we should be a textbook for moving forward with opportunity to engage. And we made a recommendation to the board that we move forward with that as well. And then the last thing that we discussed was the landscape design contract for parks. And it was pretty simple. There's going to be a consultant who's going to create some designs for all the parks as far as landscaping goes. And we approved the budget for that. So we recommended that the board budget for that. That was all we involved with the school district. So that was all.
Great, and do you have a motion to respect Howard Park?
So I would move that we no longer consider Howard Park for a dog park location as recommended by the Park and Rec. Discussion.
Commissioner Schisler,
Yes.
Commissioner Clark,
Say no.
Commissioner Frazier,
Yes.
Commissioner Kozlowskis,
Yes.
Commissioner Duffy,
Yes.
Commissioner Goble,
Yes.
Commissioner Murdoch.
Yes.
Motion passes.
I move to approve the committee playfield fitness path configuration as recommended by the Parks and Rec committee. Now we have to decide if we want plan, the original plan or plan B.
So why do you make a motion for one or other? Second, we'll discuss.
Sounds good. I would recommend that we plan B, which is the alter version versus the center path for this. So move to approve the fitness path plan B, which is recommended by the Parks and Rec.
It's black line.
Yes, it's very.
On page
Black line.
225.
Mark this option B.
Does that change the mileage at all?
No.
No.
Is there a
Does not. We asked
It
that
looks a
question.
little shorter. but- okay.
Is there a second?
I second.
Discussion?
One and
Yeah, can you, I just need to find them.
They did commit to us. that they
So
would
there's no
retire
difference
programs.
between 1 and 3?
Okay.
It's just a zoom
It's
in
a-
of 1 and 3. Both configurations are a mile, both configurations cost the same. It's just the configuration.
deal with feedback and interest.
And I would note as well that this feedback for the slight modification also came from the community, but the point was well made. And really that because there's an intersection near that point further east, there's a natural slowing down as you have to turn. So there are a lot of reasons why that does seem to make the next change.
And specifically from the neighbors of Pomona Lake.
I guess I would just make a comment. This was a long process. I don't know how many different iterations we had as we went through this. We had a number of competing goals. We wanted to have a mile-long path, but we also wanted to keep a distance from the neighbors. We also wanted to make sure that we didn't impact the current configurations of the fields or how the fields might be rotated over time. And we wanted to protect trees. And so, as I said, over an extended period of time, we did go through a lot of different iterations as we struggled to try to meet all of those goals. And in the end, I'm extremely pleased. I think we did meet all those goals. So I certainly wish that there might have been a way that we could have resource to our community. You know, going back, I think the original plans called for perhaps an asphalt or a concrete surface. This is going to be a soft surface. I think it's something that we really don't have elsewhere in our community, and I think it's going to be very well received and very well used. And I couldn't be happier with where we finally ended up with this. So I certainly plan to support the plan.
The comment that I forgot to make that it's functional comment. It was pointed out to us that by one of the neighbors that in the winter time, a snowplow drives up that center path. And the original design has the soft surface running, that they're going to take out concrete of that center path and have the soft surface going. And if the snowplow runs up there, the snowplow will probably run it up. So the thought is that the concrete stay in place just for that crossing, just for the sake of dollars. And it really doesn't significantly change anything as far as cost for maintenance.
And one for the clarification, just for process, even though we're approving the configuration, ultimately this will come back to the board where there's an actual expenditure to approve. We're not approving the expenditure. But this allows us to design, to go out to bid, and then ultimately we'll need to authorize a contract. So we will take one look at this before. Excellent. Any further comments? Go ahead and roll call.
Commissioner Schisler.
Yes.
Commissioner Clark.
Yes.
Commissioner Frazier.
Yes.
Commissioner Kozlowski.
Yes.
Commissioner Duffy.
Yes.
Commissioner Vogel.
Yes.
Commissioner Murdoch.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Commissioner Vasquez, you have another motion for us?
Yeah, I'd like to move to approve the playground designs for Maple Park as recommended by the
Second. Discussion.
Similar reminder that, again, it has to go out to bid, and the contract needs to be approved somewhere down the road, so the cost number we have as an estimate at this point.
And I would point out that, again, we tried a different community engagement model with this park, and it seems like it's been well received, and I think we're looking to replicate that with respect to the Gibson Master Plan and some other ideas. So I think this has been a good test case, if you will, because I've heard very positive feedback. So if there are no other comments, or roll call.
Commissioner Schisler.
Yes.
Commissioner Clark.
Yes.
Commissioner Frazier.
Yes.
Commissioner Kozlowski.
Yes.
Commissioner Duffy.
Yes.
Commissioner Vogel.
Yes.
Commissioner Murdoch.
Yes.
Designs are approved.
Thank you. Commissioner Frazier, do you have a motion for us?
I would like to make a motion to approve the landscape design contract for park landscape plan.
Second.
I'll second that.
Any discussion?
Just for the public record, it's landscape plans at several parks in line with a number that's already allocated within our budget, but exceeds the $25,000 purchase authority of staff, therefore, it's here for the board to approve officially. We work with the group that will get Maple Park. There are a lot of statutes that Andrew could talk to us about for hours. But when it comes to professional services like this, when you have an existing relationship. Commissioner Schisler.
Yes.
Commissioner Clark.
Yes.
Commissioner Frazier.
Yes.
Commissioner Kozlowski.
Yes.
Commissioner Duffy.
Yes.
Commissioner Vogel.
Yes.
Commissioner Murdoch.
Yes. Proposal is approved. Anything else from Parks and Rec? Great. The Centennial / Facilities Committee met earlier this evening.
What about the IGA?
Well, there's no action item, but also after that, we can discuss it. So we just-
Oh, I just thought it was on the agenda. I mentioned that we didn't take any action on the bathrooms. In your packet, you saw what we were looking with the photos or the renderings
I thought
and
we were
potential
talking
costs.
about vacation. I thought tonight there was supposed to be some discussion.
Oh, you know what? We didn't really move to that.
You know, I do think it's important to note there was an option for a B1 and B2 location, which in your packet, I believe it shows one is currently the B1, I believe is the original location, and B2 is farther west, sort of tucked
behind the path. But in our committee, I think the focus was more on the building itself and how to redesign to make the space more efficient. But I think we decided to wait a discussion because there's so much more left to discuss on it.
To get into the details of the rule, I mean, there was conversation about about how many toilets we need. And that's a lot of the conversation, and then that led to kind of talking about to reduce the size of the building, and move the pump outside and camouflaged outside, or do we try and then make the building a little bit smaller but have more bathrooms in it? To sort of, if that's really kind of, we're just throwing around ideas of, hey, what's the better way to deal with that?
In fact, Patrick's comment, is there any update on IGA discussions with the district attorney at this point?
Nothing different than we reported maybe last week.
All right, moving on to Centennial/facilities, which met earlier this evening. The committee did have a conversation about scope, given that this committee has not met for a number of years, and talked about the facilities at Centennial, specifically the ice, the pool, and the tennis, as well as paddle tennis, as well as pickleball. We have managers updates about ice, the fact that Wilmette Hockey is expanding and it's trying to have some teams that will be in the Central States League, not just the local league, and that may result in some additional opportunities for hockey players in our community, as well as potentially some additional rentals. We talked about the fact that the process we are using now to teach skating is based on the U.S. figure skating rather than ISI, and that seems to be common with most of the surrounding rinks around here. We talked about tennis camps, specifically that not only is Pirate Tennis Camp back, that was always one of the favorites for my kids, but the new camp they started last summer outside the lines, they've continued. They also have a junior excellence camp. We heard that this year we have implemented an outdoor court reservation program for the outdoor courts, and we have 50 slots filled. So we have a number of people who have a regular standing court time at a number of our facilities, but nothing is booked up completely, so there's still opportunities for other folks in the community. We talked a little bit about what's going on with paddle and pickleball, that we have paddle and pickleball camps this year, and we have some folks who are using the paddle courts for pickleball, and we're starting a pickleball program and some lessons. And then staff noted that the pool is at full capacity, but we have kept some lap swimming hours from last year. We have some mornings, afternoons, and evening slots, but we don't have early morning slots anymore because they were not well attended. And the committee had a conversation, asked staff to take a look at how we look at lap swimming moving forward, whether we follow the model from last year where it's a per use fee, or if we make some lap swimming time available as a part of passes. I believe that was the report for Centennial/facilities. Moving on to financial planning, Cecilia, I don't think there's a report, and no report for real estate or governmental, so we will move on to the executive director's report.
How much time we got?
Let's be quick.
July 3rd, we're gonna have fireworks. We are not gonna have buses, so we are working with Public Works and police to work out all the details around that. More to come as those details are sorted out. The only other thing I'll add that isn't in my report today was the first day of camp. It's always fun to see red shirts on the flights headed to their locations. I can tell you that I did something dangerous today. I went on my own report to see how many kids are enrolled in their camp to get the feel as compared to historical norms, because that's what everyone keeps asking. Are we back to where we were before COVID? We're sitting at 6,000 enrollments across all sessions of our camps, which is right in the ballpark of the last time I did normal. So we're getting real close to normal when it comes to that. Kudos again to Emily and her staff for waiting for guidelines and flexing everything they do, and I'm tired of saying it, pivoting and making it all happen. So it's an exciting start to summer. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. I don't believe we have any unfinished business, so we have 2 items of new business. First, a comment about committee goals. Historically, we have not done committee goals, but again, as we did our deeper dive with council, it is something that's listed in our organization document. So I assume financial planning and policy will take a look at it and look at everything else. But just a quick question to the group, whether you like the idea of having goals for these committees. So I'd love for people to just look on that topic.
I mentioned this earlier in our facilities committee meeting, but something Darren Olson said tonight, I wrote down verbatim, we can have all the best engineering in the world, but it's nothing without a communication plan. And I think that that translates very well to our board, that we need to communicate well to our public. I keep referencing Maple Park because it involved multiple sessions with our community and multiple ways of outreach, methods of outreach. And I would like to see our board create a set criteria for how new ideas specifically are vetted so that the community does feel engaged throughout the process.
I would agree with that. I think that would be a policy, so that should probably go.
Then to policies.
Absolutely.
So, to your question, the goals, I think they're great to have, because I kind of felt like with the community playfield systems, it felt like at times there was just conversation had in meetings and there was never anything that was tried to move forward. It just felt like things got bogged down at times in meetings. And with goals, I think people feel a little pressure to try and achieve it. And so I think it's a good idea to have these goals in this time frame. So I think it's a good thing to work on for all of us.
One of my goals that we will let you do tonight, just that why
This was a good meeting.
absolutely. Any other comments?
I would suggest, I do like the idea of having goals as mandated in our governing documents, I believe anyway, and they might be strong, but as mentioned, I would suggest that we charge each committee to be somewhat consistent in the number of goals and perhaps some framework around what we're looking for. Is there an element of, are they only annual? Is there a short-term and a long-term goal section? And perhaps these are drafted, perhaps they're not. I don't know if we can change the bylaws to say that they have to happen in the first meeting or given everything else on our agenda, which is clearly evidenced by the time of night right now. Can we give the committees a little bit of freedom to take 2 months or 3 to maybe finalize a long-term set of goals? Just put more thought into them, not get caught up in wordsmithing for a couple hours in their committee.
That's a great point, and the notice fairly ambiguous. Other than it does talk about time.
I would suggest by conversation with these goals set out to help us shape what the staff should deliver to the committee. I think the committee to make commissioners will try to accomplish a little bit of flavor and definition.
Absolutely. And Andrew, just briefly, since you're here, is there much definition on that at this point?
Whatever you want.
Great, thank you. All right, moving forward, 11.2, the Wilmette Park District 2020 Comprehensive Annual Report. I believe we heard a presentation, and now we need to accept the report. Please. Oh, well, sure.
All right, so I say, when move to move,
Move to accept.
move to accept the
Wilmette
Wilmette Park District 2020 Comprehensive Annual Report.
I'll second.
Further discussion.
Commissioner Schisler.
Yes.
Commissioner Clark.
Yes.
Commissioner Frazier.
Yes.
Commissioner Kozlowski.
Yes.
Commissioner Duffy.
Yes.
Commissioner Vogel.
Yes.
Commissioner Murdoch.
Yes.
Comprehensive annual report is accepted.
Yes. The next item on the agenda is to adjourn to closed session, given that nothing is timely at this point and given the hour of the night, I would recommend to a future meeting if no one objects. Yes. And so then I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'll make such a motion.
Second,
I'll second.
roll call. Not anymore.
Environment means.
All in favor?
Aye.